mention there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
You don't just do this to Shakhriyar in a critical game, except Alexei Sarana just did. Gorgeous chess. He makes his way into the round of 16.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Oh! Duda moves on to the round of 16.
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 32. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Welcome back to the 2022 Chess.com Global Championship. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is International Master Levy Rosman. Levy, we had a fun day of chess yesterday. We have 4 excellent matches to start this early Saturday.
Yeah, we do. If there was ever a reason to wake up early, it was today because we have basically 50% of all of our matchups in the knockout rounds. We're bringing you the entirety of groups F and G to start. And then we're moving to some of the other groups for the later part of the day. Yesterday, we saw some ups and downs. We saw some blunders. We saw an immortal game. And before we get into the amazing action today, we just have some logistics to run you through, Robert. Take it away.
Yes, sir. Well, it is a single elimination knockout. You should all be familiar with that. So if your favorite player loses in a 4-game match, if someone gets to 2.5 points, that means their opponent is eliminated. And if it is tied 2-2, Armageddon will be the theme of the day. And Levy, we haven't seen Armageddon recently here in the round of 32, but in the opening round, it was left and right and a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. Probably the most iconic one of round of 32 was Sam Sevian taking down MVL. He also maybe played an immortal game and then celebrated very close to the biggest upset, I think, of the round of 32. You could argue Sarana Mamidyara, but I think obviously Sevian MVL is up there. I think MVL might have been a top 5 pick, maybe top 6 pick. Yeah, the Armageddon is a fascinating format. You bid for your time between white and black. And I think we have a preview of everything we're seeing today. I'm actually in shock of how many superstars are on this image, Robert. Like, just, it's an amazing matchup. As this event keeps going, there's no slackers. If you want to make any sort of argument for the dark horse of the tournament, I mean, you got to just put it all on Pavel Ponkratov. At this point, he beat Vichy. I mean, what's another world champion, right? Prediction that he'll beat World Rapid champion today?
You know, I don't think the odds are in his favor, but he did beat Vichy. That means that he can pretty much beat anybody in this format. And as we look at these 4 matchups, you mentioned Anish Giri. He's taking on Raunak Sadhwani, whose age belies his experience. I mean, the guy is playing all the time. Title Tuesdays, Bullet, Rapid events. It doesn't matter. He's there. So I think Anish will have his hands full. But I think we all have to draw our attention to the bottom right matchup between Vladimir Kramnik and Nihal Sarin, because Levy, either of these players, I don't think you'd be too surprised if they won this whole thing.
No, you wouldn't. I mean, of course, they might not be as much of a household name when talking about rapid favorites like Abdusattorov, Nepomniachtchi, right, Nakamura. But Nihal Sarin can hang with the best of the best. He's one of the young Indian players who at any moment can play like a 2750, 2800. Now, the fascinating thing to me about this matchup is that Vladimir Kramnik might be 3 times his age, like roughly, and if it gets down into those nasty time scrambles, Nihal Sarin has 3,000 at Bullet and Hyper Bullet, and it'll be quite a nightmare. We zoom out here to our kind of overall bracket. Some of the players have already moved on to a round of 16. Some of them have even moved on to a matchup in a round of 16. So today, I believe we're closing out the rest of them with the exception of one as we wait for Timur Rajabov and Arjun Erigaisi. Erigaisi, for obvious reasons, he might just go win one tournament and come right back here and win another one. Let's take a look at Group G. Let's take a look at how we got here. We've got Kramnik, who defeated Melkumyan, strong player from Armenia. Nihal Sarin took down Rauf Mamedov. Were you commentating that day? How was that game where he won with like 3 seconds on the clock with black in an Armageddon?
It was unbelievable. I mean, it seemed like Rauf was going to have a huge upset in the opening round, and Nihal Sarin showed off his bullet skills, his mouse speed. And I think Vladimir Kramnik was maybe the most impressive player in the entire round of 64. He swept Hrant Melkumyan, who's a very strong player. He made it look easy. And on the top side of this bracket, though, Levy, Ding Liren, he looked a bit shaky against Min. We have a lot of respect for Min, but Ding Liren, you got to win that matchup and sail through the next round. So Andrei Esipenko, maybe he feels like he's a good shot.
I was going to say that, yeah, we have a lot of respect, obviously, for Tuan Minlay and Ding Liren both, but that is a number 1 versus number 8 matchup. It's not surprising if it ends 2.5-1/2. I mean, I think if anybody gets credit in that match, it's probably Tuan Minlay for stepping up, but at the same time, yes, Ding definitely, I think, could have performed a bit better, and today he's not going to really be able to let it get super close, I think, because Esipenko knows what it's like to taste glory at the highest level. You also commentated on the game, I believe, that he beat Magnus Carlsen over the board. That was an epic game. He was like one of the youngest. In fact, I think he was the youngest at the time to beat him in a classical game. Is he the youngest still, maybe, to beat him in a classical game during his reign as world champion? So he knows what it's like, okay, to go up against the best and to beat the best. And I think this is one of our only groups where it's 1, 2, 3, 4 in the round of 32. So very balanced. All the favorites are moving on. No upsets thus far, but today that might change.
Yeah, that's different from Group F, which features Anish Giri as the top seed. We see 1, 3, 5, 7. So some upsets. I don't really think Raunik Sadhwani beating Veslan Topalov was much of an upset, given the fact that Topalov is largely retired and doesn't play as much online. But Ponkratov, that was the biggest upset of the first round.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting for me to see how Anish handles another young Indian prodigy. I mean, the man has had his hands full playing in the online tour. He's played against Gukesh. He's played against Eric Gaisi, who is just a savage. He's played against Nihal Sarin. He's played against Pragnananda. I mean, the list goes on and on. You just keep naming players. Raunik Sadhwani is, I think, right underneath that tier, but he's still an absolute beast, as we see his rapid rating on Chess.com 2700. He was on Team India, which got bronze and almost got a gold medal. And we have a player profile on him to show you all.
Impressively, one of 5 junior players from his country rated over 2600. At age 13, Raunik Sadhwani became just the 9th youngest grandmaster in history. Sadhwani has momentum coming off a memorable performance this summer at the 44th Olympiad, in which his team of outstanding youngsters were able to defeat the top-seeded United States and ultimately grab the bronze medal. Competing in play-in number 9 of the CGC in late July, Sadhwani foreshadowed his success to come in the Olympiad, notching 8 of the 9 available points.
Oh my gosh, what a play from Raunik Sadhwani. He's really putting on a show right now.
Ironically enough, to secure his spot in the round of 64, Sadhwani still had to get through another teenage sensation from India, Pranav V. Unfazed, Sadhwani sealed the deal. In the main bracket, the 16-year-old star finds himself in a challenging, experienced group. In another twist, Sadhwani's first-round opponent was the FIDE champion the same year Sadhwani was born.
What a performance by Raunik Sadhwani.
I mean, he just came in throwing haymakers. He played this game like somebody had bet on him to win in the 3rd round, but he was just going to put it away.
Sadhwani will need to tap into more magic from his fruitful summer to make travel plans to Toronto.
Topalov is one of the best players of all time, but in today's game, it's been all Raunik.
I don't think I've ever seen people play like that before. And he might have had the most convincing 3 games of the day.
And that was a great profile of Raunik Sadhwani, who today faces Anish Giri. It's the 1 versus the 5, an invited player versus a qualified player. And Levy, Anish Giri has to be the favorite, at least in terms of how their ratings stack up. But Raunik Sadhwani will not go down without a fight.
No, absolutely not. I think in some ways that the last line here of this preview is the important one. You got invited, you got qualified. One man came up from nothing. You know what I'm saying? He had to earn his way here. He had to claw. He had to fight. He had to knock down another young Indian genius in V Pranav, 3,000 rated blitz player. Anish Giri, he got a black card. He got the VIP ropes, kind of like to come right in. Of course, he did have to win that first round matchup on his own, and he did in fact do that. But listen, I feel like the young Indian players are hungry. They're a different breed. At moment's notice, they can pull off a great upset. And today we have an opportunity to see two of them take on former 2,800 rated players. That's one thing that people might not even know about Anish. I think he was 28.00.2, I think, in the middle of a tournament. Like, this is a former 2,800 classical rated player, and he is quite solid at rapid. I think as far as this matchup goes, where it might get tricky is in those low time scrambles. I think Anish has very strong preparation in the openings, and I think he will poke and prod at Sadhwani. But he's only got 4 games to do so before Armageddon, which, as we know, could be a total circus.
It certainly can be, and we know how strong Raunak Sadhwani is, but the community doesn't seem to be as behind him as I would have thought, because of those who predicted this matchup, and that's not that many. I guess people thought Topalov, that's a big name that they figured he would win, but only 11% of people who predicted this matchup thought Raunak Sadhwani would win. That is shocking to me, maybe even more shocking than Andrei Esipenko only getting 8% of the vote.
Yeah, both of those are a bit crazy, but listen, we've seen crazier things. I definitely think that Sadhwani is at least the 25%, right? Because, okay, you can say that Anish is 3-1 favorite. I believe that's how odds work. If not, then I'll just completely stop talking about odds. But if you have to give me a percent chance for Anish, I think maybe it's between 60 and 70, but that's because he's Anish, right? So he's going to get good positions from the opening. He will kind of push that pace. I actually am not as familiar with Raunak Sadhwani's playing style as maybe some of the other guys. Like, I don't know if he's a universal player, or if he prefers some more tactical positions. I don't know if there's a world where he can take Anish out of the territory of the comfort zone of the opening, because it really seems like Anish, against people outside of the top 5, top 10, the immediate top 5, top 10, at least in something like classical, Robert, it just seems like Anish will take Raunak exactly where he wants in the opening. But if he fails to do that, maybe Raunak has actually very, very good chances.
Yeah, and Raunak showed great preparation in the Olympiad. That certainly has helped his preparation and his confidence. But Anish Giri is one of the best prepared players on the planet. It has been for quite a long time. So the games are getting underway here. We have Nordibek Abdusattorov starting against Pavel Ponkratov, and Raunak Sadhwani and Anish Giri, they'll start their game any moment as well. But we see in English, we see early G3, and then the thrust D5 from Pavel.
Yeah, I thought this game was actually admittedly going to start about 5 minutes later. I did not realize that it was going to start right now. I felt like we hyped up Giri and Sadhwani, and then all of a sudden Nordibek's like, yo, what about me? I'm World Rapid Champ. Where's my intro, bozos? And we do see him playing a pretty rare move order here. I've never seen, I've seen B3, but generally I thought you would be putting out the D pawn first. This is a super universal setup, right, by white. There is like a million different game plans. Oh, not anymore. Not after F5. F5 is a very concrete move from Ponkratov, and he wants E4, after which white is going to get pushed back.
And you have to kind of tip your proverbial cap to Pavel Ponkratov, because he's not afraid of anybody. And people say, who is this guy? He beat Vichy. Now he's playing the World Rapid Champion. He doesn't care who he faces. He's just going for the best moves. And he had a very bad game 4 against Vichy. And he needs to avoid that kind of collapse, because Nordibek is not going to let him back in the match if he is handing out free points. Whoa, look at his camera, by the way. What's his...
Yeah, I was going to say he has like burning rays of light coming down over his head. I'm not going to... It's a little tough. It's a little tough to deal with. Nordibek, once again, is in his album cover room. Although I think... Is that a chessboard now behind him on the bottom right side? Okay. We adding a few things. I see a table now. I don't think we saw that last time. Anish Giri versus Raunak Sadhwani has, in fact, started. So let's go take a look. Whoa, what is this?
14 moves deep, more time than he started with as Anish Giri. We'll go through it, but it started as an Italian, and this position is all the rage these days. We're after c3, black plays a5, just to make sure that white doesn't get to expand on the queen side with b4. But Levy, as we've seen time and time again in this variation with this move, bishop b5, white simply removes the bishop from the trade and takes his knight on c6.
Yeah, and that's why black plays this move, queen b8. It looks completely bogus, but some multiple ideas here. The main one being that the b file opens if white takes on c6, but also there's queen to a7. We saw this in the candidates. We saw Liren play this against Hikaru, if I'm not mistaken. There's another line instead of knight bd2 early where white can move the bishop up to g5. I hate to pull you back from a theoretical point, but just want to show the chat. Like sometimes white plays in a very provocative way, bishop g5, and then black has to thrust the king side pawns forward. Anish Giri decides, I'm really not in the mood for all this. So instead of doing that, let's play this kind of more solid approach. But the way it's looking on the board right now, it does resemble that candidates game, doesn't it? You know which one I'm talking about, where that bishop on b6 like slowly had to break out. It was the game where Ding was down an hour, but then totally flipped the script, and then actually Hikaru was the one defending for a bit. So very, very theoretical position. Looks like Kramnik doesn't remember, which against Anish could be a problem.
Yeah, and look at Kramnik. He's got his head on his desk. He's not even looking at the board. He's desperately trying to remember something, anything that can help him in this position. Because as we look at the pawn structure, white has 4 pawns to 3 from the E through the H file. These are double pawns. A rook can come to C1, and if you don't get the move C5 in, and he plays it, the bishop is imprisoned on B6. So C5 is played, and let's see, Levy, how quickly Anish responds, because he might be leaving his prep soon.
Yeah.
See a trade on C5, nothing too major. And by the way, Anish looks very young today. He looks kind of like he's trying to be the teenager in this match. But of course, Anish, he's been at the top of the chess world since he's a teenager. So it's good to see Sadhwani. He's an improving player in his own right. And so this d4 square, that's what I'm looking at. We can trade bishops, bring a knight to d4, and it feels like white has gained some important space in the center.
Robert, do I sound better?
You've always sounded good to me, Levy.
Oh, thank you. Well, I've reconnected here to our commentary program. We did see the chat mentioning about my microphone. I was under the impression that everything was all good, like it always is. But as it turns out, when your Windows updates overnight and then you wake up at 5:30 a.m., you sometimes don't always check that the microphone settings got changed. That's unfortunately how it works sometimes in the digital world. One day everything is going good, and the next day your computer removes your default microphone. So my sincere apologies, chat. You can hear us better now. So here's the question. Did Kramnik figure out what he was supposed to do correctly in this position? Because he got to a spot. I got to tell you, I like Anish's position. I like the C file, and I like the fact that his knight can go to D4, and I also like F4, F5. So I'm really high up on this position for Anish.
So am I. I don't care what the eval bar says. Slightly better for white, but I think practically speaking, it could be very dangerous for black. That said, if this knight moves out the way and this pawn gets to C5, all of a sudden I'm believing in black's position. So it is one of these double-edged positions. At least in the future, it'll likely get double-edged, but I'm totally with you, Levy. I'm liking the layout here for white. It just feels like there are some natural moves that can be played, and the bishop on E6, not the best bishop in the world, doesn't have anything to attack. It's really just a defensive piece.
And I think for that reason, that bishop will probably be moved at some point, or he will be okay with it being captured if white goes knight d4 or something. But I also, black is going to play queen b6. Black is going to play queen b4. Black is going to also play a4, a3. I like it. It's much easier to make the moves on black's board and draw arrows than actually come up with a concrete plan. And that's what makes this position very easy to handle from the white standpoint. Yeah, there's knight d4. So like, what is Raunik's move right now? Maybe we can even let him think about it. Let's go check in on Ding Liren, which just started.
Let's do it. Ding Liren is taking on Andrei Esipenko. So we are going to bring this board up, and we tuned in at a good time because after a quiet little opening here, Ding Liren playing a lot of these ready and English positions. Here he plays e4. So he says, please have my pawn in the center, but this would be a huge mistake, everybody. Not all pawns should be captured. You're opening up the e file. This pawn e5 will be captured. This knight on e4 is loose, so this would be a tactical problem for black.
Yes, it would. This is such a interesting choice from Ding Liren. I mean, I have never seen him play an opening like this. Have you?
It's very weird to see this position, and both sides wish their knight was not on the f file so they could push the f pawn. But when you play copycat chess, and this is what the position has been, white moves first, and Esipenko continues to copy and mirror what Ding Liren's doing, but at some point it has to stop.
Yeah, it does. It does, because if white delivers checkmate, black doesn't get checkmate in response. That might be a little bit exaggerated, but wow. This has all happened before, though. I think Petrosian has some games here, the one from the mid-20th century. And now, yeah, CB, AB. And I've studied this years ago, and I was always laughing about the fact that black can just actually get away with this. You know, there's like, and I don't remember the plan after b5. Like, I think white doesn't always have to take, but he can. But this is just hilarious. I mean, Esipenko's like, I'm going to copy you. And Ding Liren's like, stop copying me. You know, it's like when you would annoy your friends when you were a kid. Robert, I don't, wow, there it is. CBAB. What's the move here to break the symmetry? Okay, bishop b3, bishop b6.
I guess d4 will happen, and you can't just play d5. But you say when you're kids. No, people to this day, when I'm playing Blitz, they will copy me, and it really pisses me off, right? It's so infuriating when somebody is just intentionally trying to get under your skin by playing the exact same moves you do.
Yeah, it is. It can be very, very annoying. Of course, at this level, that's not exactly the strategy. He's not just copying him to copy him. He's copying him because it's one of the main lines, and that's what he's going to do. And if you want to punish him, you got to beat him, right? That's the only way. But other than that, well, he's copying him literally to a T. Now, the reason I was just saying, in case people are confused, why I've never seen this from Ding Liren's a d4 player. Not only is a d4 player, he's a d4 mainline player. He plays Catalan, he plays knight f3, knight c3. Not only have I never seen, like, when's the last time Ding Liren played e4? But when's the last time he played already? Especially in like top level games, I don't know.
Yeah, he started playing the English more and more. I don't know what changed, like what that inspiration was, but you are correct that Ding Liren historically has been somebody who goes through the main lines. He's afraid of nothing. He's afraid of nobody. But yeah, he's been mixing it up a bit, which I actually think has been good for his chess. Not that he needs any unsolicited advice from me, but I do think it has been very good for him.
No, it's okay. I feel like it was in fact solicited. Yes, I guess this becoming in English with the move c2, c4. That's the thing about ready English. It can basically be a ready. It can be in English. You play knight f3 on move 1 so that your opponent cannot play e5. That's really why you do it. Rook e1. So will we see rook e8? All right. How stubborn is Andrei Esipenko going to be, or is he gonna do something else? Maybe h6, preventing knight g5.
All I know is I just got distracted because it looks like Ding Liren is becoming holy. Like you see this light behind him.
No.
And, the guy is already a shining light of chess. I don't think he needs it in his background. And Esipenko is like massaging his temples. Like the guy seems stressed.
Yeah, he does. He does seem stressed. Listen, I don't think he's that stressed. He's probably just thinking, all right, at what point will Ding Liren get insulted that I'm copying him the entire game? It's been 15 moves of total symmetry. Ding's probably like, yo, what is this? This is why I don't play these stupid openings, because they get positions that look like this. This is very funny. I love how chess as an esport, I don't know if they do this in other esports during the commentary. Like in chess, it's so fun to see the players on camera. Because we see them in suits, we see them face to face, we see them shaking hands live over the board. We never see them like this. We never see them just. What does their home setup look like, right? In 2022, does it look like they're on 2007 webcams? Not these guys. These guys got the good cams, got good lighting. Anyway, Speaking of good camera, good lighting, old versus new. Kramnik Nihal Sarin, has that started?
It has indeed started, and this is the position we have where double isolated pawns, which would make most people shake their heads and cry, is what Kramnik has accepted. So we can go through the opening, see how we got here. And speaking of maybe a little unusual move order, C4 from Kramnik.
Oh, yeah.
And English is all the rage these days.
Yeah, wow, it really is. A3 here? Okay, G3. Okay, but yeah, I mean, G3... the game between Giri and Ponkratov was sorry, I just fused some matchups. Noderbek and Ponkratov was not this line, but it was E4, and yeah, accepting the damaged pawn structure, but white gets the bishop pair. If I could compare the two, we just watched the position, Robert, that was 15 moves, completely copycat symmetrical. This looks like some sort of Salvador Dali painting. It's like a move ago it did with the doubled knights and almost the whole C-file stacked. Yeah, this is like some modern art, knight takes E6, but what about the pawns? I thought the whole point of keeping the knight at the center was that at some point you could undouble your pawns, but Kramnik, he don't care. He's just like, I want to play rook D1. Good luck ever getting out.
And that was so surprising because black couldn't play D6 or B6 with the tension of the knights here. So rook D1 first is what I was looking at, but yeah, he takes on E6, and I'm just going to trust Vlad, right?
Yeah.
He's the former world champion, and Nihal takes with the rook on E6. Also a bit unexpected because the bishop is stuck back here, but that's just what we want to do, continues development. So, Levy, I'm starting to like the position for black. What do you make of things?
Yeah, me too. If black successfully plays bishop D7 and B6, like white's pawns are dead. That's why he played C5. Exactly. That's one of the ways you can get rid of your doubled pawns here. And now he's just deliberating whether to play rook A or rook F D1, that million-dollar question of which rook to move. I kind of like rook A because I have this hope that white can play E4, F4, and then the F rook should stay where it is. I don't know if you agree with me or if you want to play rook F D1 or rook A B1, but he just takes on C5. But yeah, Robert, like, what do you think? You like my plan, or you want to play rook F D1 and then keep the A rook where it is?
I really like your plan, especially because it's a bishop pair advantage. So black, Nihal Sarin wants to play bishop B7 and maybe knight A5. And if the light square bishops come off in a way that's acceptable for black, things are not going to be so easy for white on the light squares. Like, what you want to do is take over the C4 square. So I like the way Nihal's playing this, and Kramnik has a big decision right now. Does he bring one of these rooks to D1? And I like rook A to D1 more for sure. And if that's the case, is there going to be a problem on the E file, on this E2 pawn? Like, things are a bit hanging for Kramnik.
Yeah, but Kramnik has made a career-winning kind of fianchetto G2 bishop, mildly imbalanced position sort of structures. Like, if you just look at this position, yeah, I completely agree. I would much prefer to play black. But if you tell me I have to play black against Vladimir Kramnik, I'll just leave. I won't even finish the game. I'm not going to. It ain't happening, right? Like, you trust your own instincts in most cases, but in the case of Kramnik, well, Nihal Sarin probably still continues to trust his instincts. It's part of being a very confident kind of young rising star. But I got to tell you, bishop pair and Kramnik's going to continue to hammer away, C4, C5, and so on. I don't know if black will find the right coordination to actually utilize the benefit of his really stable structure and the control of the E file and the good light squares. But I agree. I like black's position, and Nihal Sarin really has shown absolutely no problems thus far. And Kramnik's also down almost for 3 minutes.
Impressive speed from Nihal Sarin, and that's going to have to be a weapon for him. When you're playing Vladimir Kramnik, you're not going to get too many advantages on the board. But I like the position on the board. I like the clock management. I think that Kramnik is going to have to spend some time here. And so while he does, maybe we should hop back to our matchups that started first. Noderbek Abdusattorov deep into his game against Ponkratov. And Levy, I saw this at the corner of my eye. Light square control for white, that's all good and fun, except for the fact that this F file is open, and that could also be a problem that white needs to deal with at some point.
But he just moved his rook to E8.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about.
he's like, Robert, this is why I'm playing and you're here. You know what? Just you just watch my moves and describe them, okay? Rook, I agree. I to be honest with you, I'm actually shocked by that move because I don't get where his other rook is going. Is his plan to play b5? And like, oh, well, that answers that question. There's no plan to play b5 now.
But it looks like it was the plan. And actually, I think there were tactical problems had Ponkratov done anything else. The bishop on d4 needed a defender. So if we just bring up an analysis board here, it would have seemed so much more natural to play rook d to e8. But I think f4 is the problem because the bishop loses its defender over here. So you need to be very careful in positions like this. Although f4 might just backfire, right? I mean, f4, e takes f4, queen d4, f3 check. And there's a problem with this king.
Somewhere. Yeah, f2.
Oh, f2 is coming and queen f3 with mate. So that's a big issue. So I guess the other rook could have gone to e8, and that's what I was looking at. But Ponkratov has other ideas.
Is Ponkratov about to beat another world champion, by the way? This is pretty sick here. I mean, okay, he's not much better. Oh, f4, wow. Nodierbek has no respect. He's just like, I'm playing this position for a win. And I think he evaluates that his chances are quite strong, and he will sort of figure it out. Why does the computer hate the position? It's something with rook e6. What is it? I'm not I don't know. As Ponkratov is about to be absorbed by an alien spaceship of some sort. Like
it's hard not to focus in on the light beaming over his head.
I hate this because if he ever watches the footage back, he's going to be like, man, they just insulted me during my games versus Vichy and they made fun of my lighting. And I just want to say that we're not, Pavel, we are fascinated and we are congratulatory and we are in awe of your performance against Vichy, and we are just enjoying that your camera lighting looks so bright and beamy and, inversed. It looks like the light should be on the other side. But I think we're just having a good time. It's all in good fun. And he's got a great position. His position looks like good fun, too.
Look at the featured chat there. Pavel and Ding both ascending into heaven here.
Yeah, looks like the lamp above his head should be the only light, because, but it's not. And my doggy is aggressively licking my hand. I think he agrees that Pavel is he's enjoying the show as well, the light show. And Nodierbek just has like the perfect overhead lighting, just picturesque, very funny.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of jealous of his setup. It looks very clean.
You play chess over there? you play some online chess?
Yeah.
I think you want to go around. I think you want to go see some other games. How's Anish?
Yeah, let's go to that game. That's exactly where I wanted to go. I think that Nodierbek has things to figure out, and maybe this is just going to liquidate. So we are going to see some trades. But Anish Giri is taking on Ranak Sadhwani. And look at this, Levy. It's exactly what you wanted to have happen. Okay, the F-pawn could have joined the party, but there's a problem for this black king. And look at Ranak's clock.
I know. The thing at this level is that you can get the prep, okay? Everybody, even the members of this chat, could learn this candidate's line with black. The problem is, once that's over, Anish knows 10 more moves in multiple directions. Like Anish has trained, he's used Stockfish 15, he's used Leela, he's used, whatever, and he's looked at various training positions within the prep. Even when it's never been played before, he knows the plans really well. And you'll notice he's down a pawn. He's literally down a pawn. His B pawn is completely gone. So he must have given it away and offset that with an attack on the king. So obviously he's got a better grasp of the position. And Raunak's in it. I mean, he's in for it. Like this is the level difference right here. That's what it takes to get to that level, which is scary because like you would think Anish makes it look so simple. He hasn't won the game yet, of course, but he makes it look so simple up to this point. It's incredible how strong they are in the top 10 and the kind of like the class that they demonstrate. It's not just the preparation. However, I will say this, and Anish has said this about himself as well. When it comes time for the kill, the critical execution moment of the game, that might be Anish's only kind of like negative as a chess player. Like if he had that, he'd be full package, 2850, but right now it's going to get to that moment in this game where he's got to put it away. And if he doesn't, Raunak's going to roar back into this game.
But the problem for Raunak is that some of these killer moves are kind of obvious. Like knight takes g7, knight h5, rook g3. All this kind of stuff looks devastating for the black king. The knight on c5 is loose. That's very important because this queen would love to slide on over to help out the king, but then the knight on c5 will be hanging. The d5 pawn is hanging. You have 1 minute, 35 seconds and counting down. So Anish Giri, look at him. He is very concentrated. I'm pretty good friends with Anish. We actually were messaging after he beat Ju Wenjun. And, you know, he was a bit nervous because he cares a lot about this tournament. And right now, look at this knight hopping in. Second one, vacating the g3 square. Levy, this is looking worse and worse for Raunak Sadhwani.
Yeah, and in fact, on that previous position, the sacrifice of the knight on g7, in my understanding of covering Anish games, like that is something that he needs to double and triple check. Whereas right now, where white doesn't need to sacrifice the knight anymore probably and just needs to play queen g4 or g3, this is the type of position Anish will not mess up at all. Like if there's a position and the only way to push that advantage home is to sacrifice a knight and go for like a monster kingside attack, Anish kind of wants to minimize that danger a little bit. Here, there's no danger at all. There's nothing to minimize. The attack will probably play itself. Raunak has 40 seconds.
And he makes a losing move.
Yep.
It's very difficult to play with no time. And already there are ideas of the rook coming to g3 after this king here. And Raunak, he looks nervous.
I was just going to say, doesn't queen g4 just at least win a pawn?
Yes.
Like just at least, because you threaten knight h6 as well. Yeah, like so right now Anish looks like he's playing black from his face, right? He's like, oh my god, but no, it's just like all right, here it is. Like I know it's there. I know I'm winning. You just got to calm myself down. I got to find that win. Robert, let's do the same thing. We should also try to find the win. So, I mean, queen g4, offhand, you just play that move instantly. But not offhand, where's the win?
Well, I'm deliberating between these two because both look very strong. g7 is under attack, and if you protect g7 with knight e6, the h6 pawn loses defender on the 6th rank. It's very important. So
I got it.
One reason I like... Oh, go ahead.
Is it queen g4 and then g6, knight h6, and then knight takes f7 and rook f3?
Oh, you...
Boom! Rook f6. Boom! Get me in this tournament so I could lose all 3 games. Yes.
No, but it's forcing and crushing. And
wow.
Anish has the benefit of having so much extra time that he can sit and think about this. And he has, in fact, played the move queen to g4.
Yeah,
so step one, no choices for black here.
Yeah, knight e6, I guess, is the other defensive move, but it fails, I guess, to the same exact thing. Not quite though, because g7 is protected. But
it's true. Oh gosh, 17 seconds for Raunak here. He has no time and he's got no hope. This is forced. Your variation will end it.
Yeah, I just wanted to go forward with the knight. I didn't want to go back. And I think just in general for the chat, like the way you find knight f7 is you just have to look at things that are only guarded by the king, because that's sort of what I like to, it's like phantom protection. Just generally when the king is the only guarder and the king has to make a move to defend something, it's a waste. I mean, it's a very important tempo. And rook f3, rook f6 is very, very important. I don't want to jinx anything, but thus far, what a dominant game from Anish. And we've seen that when a top seed does this in game 1, that generally it means they're in peak form. But Sam Sevian proved that wrong. He got wiped off the board in the first game after a prep mishap. He won that match against MBL.
Right. And so you're saying we can't count Raunak out, even if he does lose this game, which it looks very likely. And you could see Anish super focused. And I just watch him take his hand away from his mouse, and put it near the side of his head there. So he is trying not to rush this moment as he has 6+ minutes to 17 seconds. So many people just try to flag their opponent here, but he doesn't need to win on time when he recognizes the attack is about to be devastating.
Yes, exactly. He probably did, in fact, want to just blitz out knight f7. He sees it. The knight is hanging, and it can either go back or take on f7. And taking on f7 right now looks really appetizing. The only thing you're looking at is counter shots, because losing this game with white is a death sentence. You just completely lose this match. You absolutely never get back into this match. So you're right there. You know, it's a convincing first game. Anish is going to take his time here, and we'll see if he finds that knockout punch.
Yeah, I'm just quickly looking at the other game to see if anything as exciting is going on. I see that in the Liren Esipenko game, somehow there's a pawn on c2. So I'm going to move on to that game quickly. But as soon as Anish plays knight takes f7, we can come right back. But how in the world does Esipenko have a pawn on c2 defended by a knight on d4?
Yeah. What happened? How did we go from total? What move is this?
29.
Okay. So Esipenko spent half the game copying him, and then half the game just taking over the game. Oh my God! Ding got so frustrated with the copying, he almost repeated moves.
Yeah, he offered a repetition, and then Esipenko said no, thank you, and just pushed his pawn forward.
Wow, this is unreal.
What, he took that? That doesn't look right. He allowed Esipenko to get a pawn on c3.
Wow. This is so weird. And do you sometimes feel like when a guy has made his career being 2800 level, playing a certain set of openings, that doesn't always translate to another set of openings? Like that first round game in the candidates against Jan Nepomniachtchi. It was in English from Ding Liren. It was ultra sharp. It was not something he's played his whole career. That doesn't mean you're just 2800 immediately. The only player it really feels like can play positions at 2800 plus level in every opening, Robert, is who? Magnus Carlsen. You give that man any opening, somehow he just knows how to play it. Look at this. Esipenko's completely turned the script in this game, winning with black.
What in the world? That was a very strange situation. And you never see Ding Liren get phased ever. But something about the way Esipenko played, just the copycat chess, it bothered him. And Esipenko has way more time. His opponent's about to promote. And by the way, Anish Giri, we're going to go back to that game right now because he has, in fact, infiltrated against Raunak Sadhwani's king. He did play the move, not knight takes f7, Levy, rook f3, which is equally good because after king h6, rook takes f7. The move rook f6 was such a big threat with queen h4 checkmate as well. So f4, you can't stop mate.
Yeah, this is also very, very clean. So the idea was still sack the knight, but do it in a way where the king is not tangled among the black pieces. That sometimes can be a bit scary. If that black king was on e7, but that was surrounded by the rooks, if you don't checkmate that king, you're just going to be down a knight. But this is not the same situation. All right, absolutely nobody is getting to that king. Anish is still, I love how Anish is like still thinking about the difference between king h1 and king h2. You know, like he is really, really handling this professionally, and Raunak resigns. Dominant first win from Anish Giri.
That was as one-sided of a game as you can get in the round of 32. So Anish Giri, very impressive to start the day here. Abdusattorov and Ponkratov have drawn their first game. Not too exciting after the pieces were traded off. So that leaves us to Ding Liren, who's in trouble. Let's go to Vladimir Kramnik's game against Nihal Sarin, because this position, eval bar says zeros. But of course, this is not just an equal position where there's no life. White has the bishop pair, a bishop that is nicely protected on d5. But black's position, the pawn structure, is still very solid.
Very solid, and we've gone from Nihal being up 3 minutes to down 2.5. Now, Nihal's one of these guys that 2 minutes on the clock doesn't mean anything. It's an eternity when Nihal is playing. He's just going to make every move, and he might get into time trouble, but somehow he will play very, very well in that time trouble. I kind of get the feeling, Robert, that we're getting to this point in this game where Kramnik is actually the one asking all the questions, but I think black is very solid. I mean, I think black's position answers all of the questions. I mean, the position speaks for itself.
It does, actually. And I have to give a quick shout out to that move that just happened here with queen c8. You know how many people would make that move? It's the best move. But not many people would be willing to retreat with their queen when it doesn't even look like white has a threat, but he does. Bishop f4 was Kramnik's threat, removing the rook from the d file to open up problems for this black queen. So the queen just slides back, protects the bishop. That means that this knight can hop on over towards the center of the board instead of having to go to a5 just to protect the bishop. So I love the move, queen c8 by Nihal.
Yeah, sometimes in chess, you just have to play defense. And that's what he's doing right now. There's everything in black's position is guarded. Everything. You could argue the same thing about white's position, but that's not really the point. White's position is not under any sort of attack. I love the move e4, by the way. It's a very frustrating position for black, it feels like. Just feels like you can't move a whole lot. And now, of course, I have not made a career on improving my position from this point forward and trying to win it, but time is ticking. 140 on the clock is very dangerous, and we just saw Raunik Sadhwani make a fatal error from a position that was unpleasant, but not completely lost. And, okay, Nihal plays knight e7. You said this a long time ago, Robert, if the light-squared bishops get off the board, you like black, right? Because no bishop pair anymore.
Love black's position if these bishops are traded here. And the move e4, it's very committal. You've left behind some light squares like f3, and the e4 pawn will be a target. If you don't take on b7, watch out for c6. Your bishop will just get trapped over here. So Kramnik needs a move. Thankfully, if you're think of it from his perspective, he's 3:20 on the clock. So Levy, it's a really big moment for Vladimir.
Yeah, it's a very, very big moment for him to decide what to do. He does, in fact, trade. And the dangerous thing about his position with the C and E pawns is that they look all right, but you might have to resort to things like f3. Okay, he trades the rooks, and I guess he's just, okay, are we very quickly headed for a mass simplification here? Or can white still push?
I mean, Nihal did that so quickly. I was watching Vladimir make the moves, and then he's back on the clock. So I feel like black should be happy here, though. I mean, I always look at the knight versus bishop dynamic, and c5 played not out of any aggressive intentions, but really just to get rid of a weakness. But I just have this sense that if pieces are traded off, Levy, we could get a 2-on-1 over here on the queen side, and that could be difficult for white to deal with.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say if black were to take that pawn, many people might be confused. It is a free pawn, but it breaks your structure completely, and it turns into a game where white will try to win back the c pawns and ultimately have a better endgame. Because that bishop versus knight endgame with symmetrical structure, very winnable for white, especially if you get your king involved. We just saw yesterday Magnus Carlsen do this to Vincent Keimer in their semifinal match. Not in this event. We don't just have surprise Magnus in this event. We'd love to, maybe next year. But that was what he did. I mean, he just put the grind on him with the bishop versus knight and an overall kind of balanced pawn structure. But Nihal is defending, and the time is getting even. But I just want to say, like, how are we not in awe right now? We are watching one of the greatest players of the last 30 years play in our online global championship. Like, this is amazing. I'm like kind of blown away, you know? Like, Nihal is Nihal. Yes, he's amazing. But Vladimir Kramnik defeated Kasparov. There is a timeline where if that doesn't happen, Kasparov is world champ for like 30, 40 years. Like, I mean, this man took down the GOAT. I don't know, Robert. I'm having a little starstruck moment.
No, I think we all should. We can't take it for granted that this guy defeated Kasparov, who seemed invincible at the time. But Vladimir Kramnik, he is very capable, not just of past success, but of present as well. He may be retired from over-the-board classical, but he's determined. Look at him right now. Like the way he's playing this game, the way he's searching the position. But Nihal, the guy fears nobody, Levy, and he's here calculating. He actually has more time than Kramnik. He has a few seconds more than Kramnik does. That is not good for the former world champion.
No, it's not. And this is exactly the danger against guys like Raunik and guys like Nihal. For them, this is now a bullet game. Like you literally both have 1 minute. With the bonus time, it does feel like blitz, but this is a bullet game. What do you need in a bullet game? You need a safe king, you need an attack, and you need a knight. And he has all of that. And you need youth, and he has all of that. He's got the reaction time. He probably has the better mouse skills. He's got the horse, and he's got an attack on the king. And Kramnik can still hold, make no mistake, but it could trend very quickly in the other direction because those light squares, right? That's the problem. Wow, F4. That's a good move. It restricts the knight, but oh my gosh, that's scary.
Yeah, that's a difficult move to play when your king is the one that looks like it's in more danger. H3 at some point. Watch out for this queen walking its way in the light squares. And the long term, 2-on-1 on the outside part of the board, that could be a nice decoy that white will have to deal with.
Yep. You did mention it. It's exactly what you said, 2-on-1. See, right now it just sort of feels like white is playing moves to anticipate what black is going to do. But that knight is being very thoroughly restricted, which is very important. They might get to a spot where there's nothing black can sort of do. You want to check in on Ding? I saw you you were hovering, but this game is also very intense.
Yeah, I was just trying to see what was going on there. Still looks very bad for Ding. So we'll stay here for now just because we're getting into time trouble. Of course, we can analyze the Ding Liren Esipenko game afterwards. There will be more in all of these matches. But look at Kramnik down just above a minute on the clock. He's keeping the pace. He actually is quite impressive right now on terms of time management.
I don't like that move. I don't know why Nihal did that to get hit with tempo. I get it was very tough there. He had to make a queen move that also allowed the knight to get to d7. But probably this will... Oh, but the knight is maybe going to c5, not e5.
Yeah, and watch out because these pawns are on light squares. You move a pawn to e5, the f5 pawn comes loose. So this is a big moment for Kramnik. He cannot afford to lose this game to Nihal Sarin. He plays e5, check on the light square, knight c5 next. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is a dangerous, dangerous spot. Dangerous spot for Kramnik. And Nihal is not going to trade pieces and try to hold any endgame or win an endgame. I think he's going to keep queens on. But what do I know? 20 seconds on the clock. He might.
The good news about this situation, if he traded knight d3, is the bishop couldn't move because the e5 pawn was loose. But you are 100% correct. He's going after this f5 pawn. And Kramnik down to 35 seconds. He's ahead on the clock, Levy. But I think we both are acting with like Nihal is ahead on time.
Yeah, we are. Wow, e6. I mean, Vlad, I kind of like the idea, but I don't know what I don't know what Black was supposed to do there instead. I saw Stockfish was basically laughing at White's position going forward so much. Queen d5. It's such a sharp position. Oh my god.
Great move, g5. No checks on the f file for the white queen. Otherwise, the black king would be mated. So now he can go forward, but a7 is under attack. He's just going to push his pawns over here.
Bishop c7 or bishop a7? Queen h. Wow.
And Nihal trades queens and king e7, king takes e6.
Oh man, king g2, king f3 probably.
This is barely better for black, but this looks very tough for white to my eyes.
Well, if white was the one up a pawn, it would be game over because it would be bishop knight, right? But in this case, the bishop is very powerful. Ultimately, if it gets down to one pawn and just the bishop on the board, the bishop will sacrifice itself. But that's not what's going to happen. I mean, that's a great move.
Beautiful geometry. The a pawn can't move. The knight can't move. But here comes the king.
Yep.
Is there anywhere to go with it, though?
Yeah, I think if white plays bishop e7 and a3, that might be... Or you gotta... I guess you gotta bring the king back. Oh. Wait, he... Uh-oh.
He wants g5.
Yeah, I don't think he can lose that pawn. There's b4.
b4. One square closer to promotion. Now knight c3 takes a2 is more threatening. 9 seconds for Kramnik. He plays the best move.
King f3 best. That's ridiculous. That's crazy. Oh my gosh.
And still playing the best move. Bishop a5 trying to get after this b4 pawn. And the king is getting closer.
This is so dangerous for Kramnik with the knight and 10 seconds. But Nihal also 4 seconds on the clock. The knight can't move.
Goes to f1, and now the king can help out over here. King f5 is on bishop d8.
Yeah, the pawn's lost. He lost the pawn.
He's going to take g4, and he can always trade off over here. So he can never lose this game. That's the good news. But he's going for the win. King a3, king a2.
Oh my gosh. No, but bishop e7. He has bishop e7, I think. Bishop e7, a5, bishop d8.
And then a4, then bishop back to e7.
Yes. Yes.
And he takes the pawn. He just doesn't want to lose this game.
Yep. Yep. He's going to go right back and paralyze the position. Yeah, bishop e7. Ooh, what a first game. Kings left on the board.
What amazing technique by the both of them. The fact that the evaluation bar stayed between something like minus 0.3 and minus 0.7 thereabouts is unbelievable given how complicated that ending was.
I think that was one of the best and most evenly matched games that we've seen thus far in the round of 32. I don't think either side ever had much of an advantage in that game.
Unlike this game.
Oh my God, what happened to that queen?
Sad.
I'm telling you, sometimes I just get sad because Ding Liren is a savage with the Catalan and these mainline d4s, but sometimes these Englishes they just hurt. Esipenko with a massive win. He was an 8% vote before this matchup. Who lets these people vote? What a convincing game from Esipenko. My goodness.
Oh, well, the predictions were not accurate, at least for game one, but we see that two players have a lead. Anish Giri and Andrei Esipenko had demolitions. They just crushed their opponents in game one. Giri, the heavy favorite by rating, had the white pieces, but Esipenko with black against Ding Liren. Wake me up, pinch me. How did that happen?
Yeah, that's unbelievable. We hadn't even really done a deep dive onto that game. We sort of left them during symmetry, and by the time we had returned, Esipenko had a completely crushing position. So we're going to try to follow all the games evenly. But so far today, in our round of 32 matchups, we've seen two very, very convincing victories and two very decently hard-fought draws. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we will have the continuation of the round of 32 here in the Chess.com Global Championship.
The first games of these round of 32 matchups are done with, and we had two impressive victors, Anish Giri and Andrei Esipenko. And Andrei Esipenko, he's a player, he's known around the world for beating Magnus Carlsen. That was maybe his biggest achievement, and his most recent achievement, well, he's a semifinalist in the Air Things Masters. He's a very, very tough opponent for everyone around the globe, and here is a player profile on him.
No stranger to making a good first impression, Andrei Esipenko had his hello world moment at the turn of last year. Competing at the prestigious Tata Steel tournament, Esipenko managed a shocking victory over the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen.
It is just groundbreaking. One of the only players to have a winning record against Magnus Carlsen.
Only 18 at the time, Esipenko made history as the youngest player to hand Carlsen a defeat in a classical game during his World Championship reign.
18-year-old Andrei Esipenko just beat the world champion in a classical game. Wow.
In late summer, the teen sensation had saved plenty of mojo for competing in one of the final opportunities to qualify for the CGC.
Oh man, he's got quite the mouse. The Esipenko showing the gears on his bike there.
Dominating his play-in session, Esipenko won 6 of his 9 games, including 3 draws, to take first place and punch his ticket to the round of 64. Despite his age and lack of experience compared to other veterans in his group, Esipenko has every reason to believe he can earn a seat at the table in Toronto this November.
Esipenko. That young man is very well known and very dangerous in fast time controls, and the community spoke. 80% of people think he's going to move on.
Levy, we heard it from Danya, the Esipenko. He qualified down the stretch of the play-in phase, and he earned his right to take on first Bassem Amin, who he just dispatched of with seeming ease, and now he's taking on Ding Liren here.
Esipenko's amazing. He was actually touted by a lot of the older heads in Russian chess as kind of the guy. There's always a batch of players who are in a certain age group from a country, and Esipenko was that guy. And we'll see, obviously, careers have ups and downs. He's been at, I think, as high as 27-20, maybe 27-30 over the board. He's down now a little bit. But I think over time, the skill, the hard work, and the good fortune, the three things that you need to succeed, are all going to line up, and we can see some great things from him. That's already happening. That first game that he just had, he won effortlessly with the black pieces over Ding Liren. And Ding Liren is, folks, this man is playing for the World Chess Championship. Like, do we realize who we're watching? This is the amazing thing about the Chess.com Global Championship. Ding Liren, a year from now, might be the world champion of chess. The world champion. He might literally be the best player, right? I mean, we can debate Magnus Carlsen, best player, world champion, best player. Sure, we're not going to open that Pandora's box right now, but Andrei Esipenko just made it look easy. Now, what I'm wondering is, when you win with black, what does that mean for when you play with white? What are we going to see? We're going to see him play solid? Are we going to see Ding Liren go for the kill here with black, or are we just going to see him do normal stuff, e6, and kind of take what comes his way?
I think Ding Liren is not the type of player who unnecessarily takes risks. He often just plays his main stuff. He's not playing the King's Indian for a must-win scenario. But I think the first thing we need to mention, Levy, is that Esipenko played d4. Remember that game where he beat Magnus Carlsen? That was a Sicilian. He played e4 in that game. So he won game one. He chooses d4, likely to have less combative positions.
Yeah, this one is a Queen's Indian-esque position with a3, no bishop b4 for black. I don't really know what Esipenko's thinking about here, because I'm pretty sure the only move is cd5, but maybe he's just remembering his lines.
He goes for queen c2.
I've never seen that move. I mean, of course, the idea is dce4, but what about just c5 here from black? Just natural move.
Well, perhaps Andrei's in a situation where he feels like, if I can just trade off pieces and make an equal game, he'll do it. Because now the onus is completely on Ding Liren to win, probably not this game, but game 3. And that's so much pressure for a player, even if you're the second highest rated player in the world.
It's not easy. Winning with black is not easy. Oftentimes, to win with black at this level, you have to be losing with black first. You have to play an opening that is just objectively not good. But then as your opponent tries to deal with that bad opening, like a modern defense, right? Modern defense computer laughs at it at this sort of level, but we're really going to see Ding Liren play g6? I mean, I can't imagine. So queen c2, and Ding already thinking. What's he thinking about? Maybe is he thinking dc and c5? Is he thinking bishop e7? I'm not sure what he's thinking about. Queen c2, I guess, is a rare move.
I'd be playing a quick bishop e7, because I do not want to see this pawn land on e4. That's just bothering me. Why would I want to hand the center over and you're going to lose c4 next? Maybe there's a concrete way to get out of that with c5, as you've been mentioning, but bishop e7 kind of keeps the status quo, allows you to castle. c5 in the future will in fact be played, but he does take on c4. Maybe it's somewhere deep in his files, or he feels the burden of the match score.
Exactly. But the thing is, if you play for a win now, it could just be all over. That's the problem. I mean, 2-0, we haven't seen a comeback this year from 2-0. And, okay, one matchup I remember was close. It was, wow, b5.
Okay, we see the point, right? That
Yes.
the knight is very useful here defending the pawn, but this is Ding Liren taking risks.
Yeah, I guess this is how Ding does it, huh? Knight takes b5, and then the c4 pawn also falls. But this is the way he's looking to create imbalance.
Right, give me these two. I'll give e4. Remember that black is currently up a pawn, so it'd be even material at the end of that. So Liren, he shows no fear, and Andrei Esipenko has to prove that what he's done is completely justifiable. He plays e5, but now it's kind of transposed in a way, right, Levy? We see these types of positions in a different move order where you give up the b5 pawn, your pawn structure looks terrible, but with the knight on b6 and this wonderful bishop on b7, now black really does have good chances.
Yes. There's knight takes b5. Indeed. The chances are definitely there for black. They're so subtle, though, and this is the kind of player that Liren is. He doesn't need much. He doesn't need some barreling kingside attack. He just needs a slight, just structural kind of a thing, overextended pawn on e5 or something like that. That's all Ding needs. And if he's unable to get a winning opportunity from this game, okay, no problem. He'll just play kind of a balanced game of chess. I feel like all of our games have started, right?
Yes. And let's go to the game between Anish Giri and Raunak Sadhwani, because Raunak, he's needing a win with the white pieces, but playing the white side against a super grandmaster was so locked up. He does make this move rook to b1. His intentions to play b4, go after this pawn with b7, but I have to imagine that Anish Giri is not one bit displeased to be where we are right now.
No, I completely agree. This looks visually looks amazing for white. Looks like white has more space, white has active pieces, white has good control of the black position. But this is just kind of the Rossalimo, right? This was a Rossalimo. No light squared bishop, doubled c-pawns. It must have been a Rossalimo. What line of the Rossalimo was it? That's a good question.
We can quickly scroll through the moves. It's been all the rage. Gukesh, Pragananda, they play this from the black side, e5, just to stop this move d4 in its tracks. And so bishop takes, and then a4. So gaining some space, bringing the knight around to the c4 square. So all these moves are standard. The knight comes back to e8 to allow black to improve the location, try to go to d4. And so this maneuvering is standard.
Feels like the Rossalimo surged in popularity since Magnus Fabiano, right? Just exploded. Like I almost don't remember it being trendy at top level at all. It was kind of like some weird exotic line. But now ever since that match, World Championship in London, seems like it's almost the main line, in fact, because you just don't want to enter the Sveshnikov. You don't want to enter any of that stuff against a very well-prepared opponent. I did not know that Anish Giri has this in his toolbox. I like, legitimately had no idea. Like, what was he going to play? Was he going to play an accelerated dragon? What was he going to play? Was he going to play a Sveshnikov?
That's a great question. Maybe Raunak will have to test that out in game 4. But right now, I love black's position. You have ensured that d4 is not happening. Now your bishop can just sit on c6, so b7 is not loose. And I don't see a single issue in black's camp here. You could play bishop c6, rook d7, rook d8. I'm starting to like this position for Anish.
If black can play b5, like if black can move the queenside pawns, black is just going to be in great shape. Black will also play f5. That's another thing that we are patiently waiting for. Potentially, when is black going to play f5? If black plays f5 and it works, white's in trouble. The center is going to fall apart. But right now, luckily, that is not possible. It depends who you're cheering for, but it's not possible. I agree, though. Where does Raunak move his rook? b1, b3.
I guess he wants to increase the pressure here. You need to play c4 and knight to d5. You know what I mean? Like, you need to be able to do that, but that requires you to move your bishop and then move your knight to e3, then play c4. It's very time-consuming, but I don't know if black has time to punish it either. So I would be considering that. Otherwise, I don't really know what white does.
Well, if you play bishop d2, the second you play knight e3, I guess I play knight f4, right? And then, I mean... not only do I stop knight d5, I also attack d3. A position looks just amazing. That was like a very important idea for white, and it seems impossible. And by the way, what's stopping rook d7 and rook d8?
That was my first instinct. I think that it might be a bishop move in knight e3, because if you can get this pawn to c4 and clog the d file, let's just show some some moves here, just so we can give everybody a clearer illustration of what we're talking about. Like, let's say bishop c1. I know it's not a good move, but if you just kind of nonchalantly go with your rooks doubling, then this knight gets to d5, and that's why the rook is on b3, so that d3 is defended. And let's say I make another kind of random move, and in comes my knight to d5. Now I'm starting to feel much better about white's chances.
Exactly. Then you control the center. f5 now is no longer as scary because there's no knight on e3 to be attacked with f4. And then your queenside prospects also increase because you kind of control the center. Unfortunately, we've just given white like 4 moves in a row. Something tells me that Anish Giri will not take lightly to that.
No. He will be able to put pressure on the d3 pawn very quickly. So as soon as his bishop moves, you can even play queen d7 and go right for the pawn. What are you going to play? Knight e1? Ugh, all your pieces going in the wrong direction. I think that Anish has nothing to worry about, and Raonic, he'll spend some time here trying to come up with a plan. So maybe we can move on to some of the games we haven't looked at.
Yep.
For example, Abdusattorov and Ponkratov.
Yeah, we've got just an amazing assortment of games today. What a game. What is going on here? What is this opening? Some weird Nimso Indian? What was this?
Costa Corley, where you at? That's what I think about when I see these knights like this.
That was that Queen's Gambit game. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Was that it?
I don't remember the exact variation that led us to that famous tactical game, but it looks like it.
A5 was the line. A5, knight A6. Yup. Oh.
Similar thing, right? The knight coming to E6 via F8 rather than C7. Yeah, this pretty much looks like it to my eyes.
Yeah, except in that game, I think Black still had the light squared bishop somehow and managed to sacrifice and then open up the position. But
yeah, either way, though, what's up with these pawns? Feels like Black has everything you could possibly ask for here. Just clear pressure.
Yep.
Oh, that's annoying. D5's hanging.
Yeah, D5 is hanging and E4 is coming, by the way. Like, maybe not right now because DE is at least possible, but also H4 at some moment. Like, the knight has to go somewhere. Queen C5. Wow. I'm so bad at these positions. There's so many different combinations of captures and tactics. Like, what is the move here for white? What do you play here?
I wouldn't be surprised if knight takes d5 just leads to a better position. The one problem that white will have to deal with is this outside pass pawn that is already a runner. But with the bishop against the knight, let's say we just go through a situation like this where we get here. Maybe Black should keep the queens on, but let's say you don't and you get here. All of a sudden, white can push e4. The bishop will become very strong. This rook will just come to a1 to stop this pawn. The rook on d5 may land on d7. White has the more promising position.
For sure. That almost, to my eyes, after e4, b6, rook d7, it just looks completely winning for white. I don't even understand how it possibly can't be. It just looks amazing. But of course, computer always knows best, yeah? So there's no point even using our brain. For some reason, it's not totally winning.
I think we're going to see something just like this. Knight takes d5 has been played by Ponkratov, and the fact that Nordbeck hasn't immediately taken on d5 kind of indicates to me that he is not happy about his position. Because what else are you going to do? You just lost the pawn in the center. These knights are staring at each other. You have to take on d5, and now he does. But I feel like he's worried about the direction this endgame is going. And that's why he might take with the queen here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. What?
Knight, he doesn't even take? What? B6?
What?
I just don't. He's down a pawn. It's a B6 instantly. Wow. Did he forget about rook A5?
What was that? The knight's protected, right? We're not missing that?
Yeah. I guess he just.
That was really surprising because B6 was your plan anyway. You can easily protect that, which is what you want to do. And he plays A4. So maybe he's trying to hold on, cling to this outside pass pawn as a way to get compensation. Rook A5, a great move as well.
Yeah, you played b6. You might as well go for the a pawn, right? This is crazy. We're actually getting to that endgame, except black is already down a pawn.
Rook a7 looks like a huge problem. You do not want to take that rook and allow a pawn on a7.
Yep, you definitely don't want to allow a pawn that far that can also be anchored by the bishop. So there's e3, e4, and structurally speaking, black is just almost. I think black is just on the verge of being completely lost. So what I was just mentioning.
What Nordic needs to do somehow, don't know how he can do this, trade off these 4 pawns, be down a pawn on the king side, because knights, short range pieces, they're much happier when all the pawns are on the same side of the board. But with pawns both sides of the board, that's good for the bishop. So somehow, I don't know how he's going to do it, but like rook c3, rook a4, and then get this b6 pawn, maybe knight c5 and go for it. But I'm not liking the direction of this game for the world rapid champion.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know what's going on at all here. So something's going terribly wrong. He just has nothing. I don't know. His best case scenario is somehow getting into an end game where he's a pawn down on the same side, right? That's like the one way he will hold this. But if you're a pawn down on the opposite side, good night. You're not, especially if it's a pass pawn, like you're not holding. It's not, especially not in bishop versus knight situation. So
maybe eventually he wants just to freeze white with rooks coming down to the second rank. That could be an issue, but this rook on a7 is keeping the rook on d7 honest. This is not going to be fun. Even if ultimately he holds this game, it's going to take a lot of work. And Ponkratov playing some great chess here in the CGC. But let's keep moving. I quickly want to show the update of the Liren game against Andrei Esipenko, and then we will go to Nihal Sarin against Vladimir Kramnik because we haven't seen it. But I just, at the corner of my eye, saw this position, Levy, and I felt like black's kind of playing checkers here with all these pieces on light squares. I can't even highlight that quickly enough.
Wow. But this is like kind of perfect, right? This is like a perfect setup for trying to play a position for a win at the highest level of chess. You gotta just play some checkers sometimes. It's like you're playing checkers, I'm playing chess. No, I'm actually playing checkers. I like this position for Ding from the standpoint of pressure on the B file and good control of the center. What I am worried about is the fact that his entire army of pieces is designed to break through on B2, and if it doesn't, white can go F4, G4, F5, checkmate, and that is a problem.
Huge problem.
I mean, depends who you're cheering for. Again, if you're cheering for one guy, maybe not.
Well, I think we're just trying to talk about the position as a whole. This king is stranded by itself. And don't be surprised if white starts bringing pieces over this way, a rook lift at some moment. So Liren is all in on the queen side. He's feeling the pressure of being down a point. And now we'll see if Esipenko goes for the king side. This lonely king over here could be in some trouble. But I did promise we go to Kramnik against Nihal Sarin. So I'm just going to bring us over there. It may not be the most fascinating of positions right now in a Moroxy bind structure, but Nihal slightly better, as white typically is in the bind.
Robert, I'm terribly sorry. I really do enjoy waking up and doing these shows, but my dog is aggressively pawing at my hand and putting his face like directly. It's adorable. I'm sorry. Like, this chess is great. This event is awesome. You're awesome, but I can't. I can't. I'm like snapping photos here to send to my wife of how adorable this bozo is. You have any pets, Robert?
I don't. No.
No. You want a pet?
I love dogs. I love cats. I mean, I think, I would prefer to have a dog, but I don't know why people are so anti-cat. Never made sense to me.
Why don't you have a dog then? If you could have a dog.
Well, not always here, so that's part of the problem.
But you bring him to our place. We'll dog sit. You get it? I feel like what the other thing is, like, raising a dog in New York City is tough. Yeah, I feel like a dog needs a field.
Yeah,
and you don't got a lot of fields here. Ain't a lot of fields. So
no, that's for sure. But your dog seems happy, so
he's all right. He's all right.
Even
if he was
if you
bigger,
call him a bozo.
Yeah, well, he's an adorable bozo, but the secret to pet ownership is having 6 or 7 loving nicknames and 6 or 7 derogatory ones. It's the way, Okay, well, I thought rook d6 was just the free pawn for a second. I guess there's some trick. Some
E4 is hanging at the end, I guess.
Yeah. Yep.
But there are some tactics because this knight on f6 is loose. So if this knight's out of the way, the knight on f6 can be captured. So even a move like knight d5 somehow comes to my mind. I don't think it's necessarily good, but I'm just trying to figure out the tactics on this diagonal.
Yeah, I'm also trying to figure out the tactics on this diagonal. These guys are having some super positional games. Last time it was like a very modern structure, doubled C pawns. This game is hedgehog. It's English hedgehog or like Maroxy kind of game. Very complicated stuff here. Very, very interesting positional battle between these two.
But I can read between those lines, though. You're like very interesting battle between these two, but I don't want to look at this closed position for now because the other games.
I said no such thing, Your Honor.
I'm taking us away because Anish Giri against Raunak Sadhwani is really heating up. So Black's king side in that game, wide open, but look at the evaluation bar. Black is much better despite this king being a little open. The reason why is I saw this position and I thought queen h5 was good. Didn't, when the board was very small, recognize the rook is on b3 and on b1. So your queen cannot jump over here. The rook on e1 is hanging.
The board ended up opening up and not in the way that Raunak Sadhwani would have liked. Because his pieces are super scattered and not equipped to deal with the... And b5 is still always coming. Like, that's always the problem.
This bishop on c6 is a beast. It protects b7, which was your main problem, and now it puts pressure on g2. I think that Black could probably kick this knight because your best move is knight f3, and you can consider capturing. But with the bishop pair here, Levy, the open e file under Black's control, bishop f. Oh, queen g7.
Yep, bishop f6, queen g7, and what a game from Anish. Just really, really sharp play so far. Positional, mixing it in with a little bit of spice, a little bit of checkmate threat.
Mm-hmm. Wow, this is really not looking good for Raunak. He has to just make quick moves, I feel like. The only chance he has is to somehow put Anish in some time trouble, but he's king h. Oh, here it comes. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I don't know how you stop this.
Anish
what an amazing position. And that f-pawn wall, f5, f4, just not allowing any of White's pieces through. This is I kind of feel for Raunak. I mean, he just showed up and he's just getting blown off the board.
Yeah, this is
awesome stuff from Anish.
Just bring your pieces here. It's very straightforward. As you call them, the pieces are scattered. They're not helping out on this king side. And with all of Black's pieces about to hunt this white king, I feel like Anish is well on his way to a second straight victory. You see Raunak shaking his head. He's like, no, this ain't for me. I got to get something going here. But, yeah, the position's really bad.
Yep. I feel for him. What a convincing first-round matchup against Topalov. But now he shows up to play Anish Giri, who had didn't have some crazy dominant display despite being the one seed in the group. But look at this. This is not even remotely close, right? Now, what Raunak has to do, what he did wrong in that first game, besides losing in 25 moves, that happens. But he got to 40 seconds and he made a fatal mistake. So right now his time is ticking. But if he keeps at it, stays focused, maintains decent time balance, he could be okay. And Anish is also human. He can make mistakes if he gets low on time, but not 40 seconds low on time for White. So Raunik's got to move.
No, it's hard to even make a move because you see the threats that are coming and they seem unstoppable. I'm just going to take us around the horn a little bit just because we do have 4 games going on at once. I'm quickly going to flash this game, and I'm not going to stay here. I'm going to go to the game between Esipenko and Liren. I just want to show that Black is no longer down a pawn, so not really anything to worry about right now for Abdusattorov. In fact, with this B pawn, maybe he can even start thinking about a win. So we'll come back to see how this happened. But I do want to focus our energy on the game between Ding Liren and Andrei Esipenko, because Ding Liren wants to strike back with the black pieces. And here we see the checkers game continues. The B file is open. The king side pressure is there. Levy, 3 minutes, 30 seconds for Esipenko. I'm starting to like Ding Liren's position more and more.
Yeah, me too. Me too. This is a tough spot for Esipenko because he's gonna. Are we just gonna get a repetition? What's going on here?
I don't think Ding Liren's gonna repeat. I don't think he should repeat. What's
Yeah,
the threat?
You hyped it up, man. I was getting excited.
Ding
Then all of a
Liren-
sudden,
Yeah, he can repeat, right? The point is that after king g8 to protect f7, this queen's coming to g3 to pin the pawn on g7 and threat bishop h6. So what other moves come to mind, Levy? I mean, there's no threat immediately that I see. Oh, no. Come on, Ding. Don't do this.
yeah, Ding, come on, man. Oh, wow. Even he looks disappointed in himself, but he's making the moves.
Oh, gosh. Well, the game is officially over to draw. Esipenko keeps his lead, but in this position, there was no immediate threat, Levy. So I was thinking that Black could perhaps try to double on the B file. I don't know what White's threat was. Maybe there's g4, g5 at some moment, but that looks risky. So Ding Liren, he does the super GM thing. Let me just make a draw with Black and try to win with White, but trying to win with White in game one did not work out.
Yep. Oh,
All right.
he's got one more game. Wait, theoretically, he has 2 more games. But you know who doesn't have 2 more games?
Sadhwani.
Yeah, he literally does have 2 more games because he can win 2 rapid games and force Armageddon. But Anish Giri is looking like the most convincing gentleman to advance to the round of 16. Playing like this, he's going to be tough to beat.
And I don't think that he was one of the favorites by the community predictions throughout this event. I think Nordibek Abdusattorov in many people's brackets that was the pick to take down Anish in the next round. We don't even know if Nordibek will make it through Ponkratov, who's playing great chess here. But Anish Giri, second game in a row where he has the upper hand, feels like there's no real way to go wrong for Black when you have this kind of attack.
Yeah, I have to say this is. I mean, I really hope I am correct. I don't remember, and my brain hasn't exactly turned on. But I predicted Giri Nodirbek, and then I basically said, obviously the winner. That's going to be the final. I don't know who I have in the winner there. It's obviously about 50-50. But playing like this, it is going to be really, really tough to beat Anish Giri. And Nodirbek has not been as convincing today, although he has stormed back against Ponkratov, which did not make any sense. I mean, no, bishop g2 and f3.
Knight e1, rook takes e1, and you can't stop mate along the g file. So knight e3 would be the way to continue this position, and you can't take on e3 because of f takes e3, and the queen protects the second rank. I'm just going to show that quickly. We don't need an analysis board. Actually, the knight is also protecting it, but pawn takes and the queen covers, and somehow this is even. Love positions like this. Up a full rook.
Queen g3 probably, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But just to show everyone as well, knight e1, rook takes e1 is nasty. If the queen takes, queen g2 is checkmate. So if the king takes, queen g1 is checkmate. The king has no escape square because the queen is in the way. So what is the move, Levy? You found a great tactic earlier in game one in this match. After knight g1 to g2 to e3 is just rook to g8. And
yeah, rook g8, king e1, and maybe queen g1, knight f1, rook back to e8, knight e3, bishop h4, something like that. Some completely ridiculous.
So,
or rook g2, bishop h4. Oh, there's also just f4. Oh my god. Oh my god.
How many pins does a super GM need to win a game?
Oh my god, this is so miserable.
Can't even look at it anymore.
Yeah, this is disgusting. What? It's like the worst position I've ever seen. You just can't move any pieces.
No, and Anish is just feeling it. Bishop takes g2 check. Wasn't the only way to have a huge advantage, but oh my gosh, he doesn't even take the knight. He just got queen h6, and the knight on e3 is pinned. Another pin.
Wow. Oh, I'm loving this. I'm loving this Anish. I don't know what kind of pep talk he got, from his kids, from his wife. I don't know what he ate, but he showed up and he's taking Raonic around the block. I mean, this is not good. Raunic's got 1 minute, and to be honest with you, I'm kind of glad he only has 1 more minute. We only have to look at this position for 1 more minute because this is sad, man. This is rough. Raunic's face is like his face is not even like what's going. Raunic's not even playing that bad. Anish Giri is just full savage mode. All right,
look at Anish. He is so determined, right? He has been staring at the position. He hasn't been looking around. He has not been distracted. He's been moving his hand away from the mouse. And I think that's actually very good for him because it allows him to settle into the position rather than rushing his choices. He's been ahead on the clock in both games thus far, Levy. This is kind of like a new Anish Giri from what I've seen, and it's scary.
Yeah, it's definitely scary. Now probably just F takes G2, hunt the king out. Rook G8, Queen H4. You still got to be precise. It's the problem. Still got to be precise. Raunic's like, bro, what did I do to you? Like, take it easy. Oh my god.
And Anish is not taking it easy on him. F takes G2 looks great.
Yeah, the thing is, you actually still have to be a bit careful. Like if the thing about attacks is that oh my god, he just takes the pawn. He just doesn't even care. Look at this. He doesn't even care.
He's using this pawn to try to deliver checkmate.
He should play bishop takes f2. Does that work? Can you still play bishop f2? Or do you... Okay. Just... No. I don't even want to... No. F takes g2, simple.
Is he going to play bishop g3?
Yo, if Anish plays bishop g3, I mean, that's just... That's so rude. Oh my god. That's probably the best move, by the way.
I think he's playing bishop g3 because queen h1 is mate, and if you take, you lose your queen over here. Bishop g3.
And then if king g1... Oh!
Instant resignation, and Raonic just runs away. He can't even look at the chessboard anymore, and what a game from Anish Giri.
Oh my gosh. Anish Giri... I almost wish that was like the deciding game. It's kind of a shame we have to even get him back here. Like, can we have a mercy rule? Like, just... No, listen, we got to respect our competitors. It's 2-0. That's really the thing. It's not over. Raonic does have a chance to win, but...
Oh my gosh. And Nodirbek Abdusattorov won that game?
Yo, this is why this man is the world rapid champion. Because I thought he was busted. What happened?
Can we go back to move 29 where Black is just down a pawn?
Yo, how did Black win this game?
Let's see where the mistake happened. Rook C. Okay, so he just lost his b6 pawn.
Why? Why did he do that? What? Okay, can we... Robert, why he play h4? What he doing? Like, what? Why not just e4 here? Is there anything wrong with e3, e4?
I'm guessing he just didn't want a knight to land f4 at some point, but he got passive. You can't just sit and do nothing and then play random kind of pawn pushes on the side of the board.
That's unbelievable. He won an endgame down a pawn.
Sorry, I clicked the wrong space. Yeah, no, this is... pressing the down button to the side arrow. So he went like this, and now Black has a pass pawn. And that pawn started moving very quickly.
That's unbelievable. Wow.
It's just crazy how f5 check is a huge blunder. Like, it looks like a good move. But the problem is that if you take over here and take on... Wait. Sorry, this rook is hanging. I can't even think anymore. Then the pawn goes. We do have one more game going.
I think Nodirbek kind of set that trap. He had a feeling that maybe Ponkratov would play f5. Yeah, Nodirbek has won. It's funny because we're expecting the final to be Giri Nodirbek, but the way Nodirbek won, we're like in shock. And Anish is just a locomotive. It's just get out of the way. But chess is the kind of thing where that doesn't carry over into the next matchup. It's not like if they play, it's going to be Nodirbek, praying to the chess gods. He wins an endgame against Anish down a pawn, and otherwise it's only draws. And Anish is not going to steamroll him. It's a matchup thing. I think a lot of this does have to do with the fact that Giri's openings are elite, and Raunic's openings might be 2650, and that is a massive difference. Right. It's just a massive difference.
Yeah, there's no carryover. It's not just what happens in one match will happen the next. But right now, this position, the eval bar off the side says zeros, and Vladimir Kramnik, well ahead on the clock against Nihal Sarin, but Nihal Sarin might lure you into the sense of comfort and confidence that all is good in Black's position, but he's maybe the best bullet player on Chess.com.
Like best bullet player, like when no one else is online, or like when they're also online.
Well, let's go hyper bullet because his range is like 3,300.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great question. Who is the best 1-0 player? You gotta go Hikaru, right? But like Magnus is I don't know. Is it Magnus? Tough. I don't know.
I think in 1-0, straight up, I think it's a toss-up. Maybe they know the answer to that question, but it feels like Hikaru winning the Bullet Chess Championship, that's a pretty good testament to his strength, and he did so in convincing fashion. But of course, Magnus didn't play.
But if you did an arena style, like, a bunch of guys just going back and forth, and I think if you put it over like 60 minutes, I got to give the advantage in Hyperbullet to Daniel Naroditsky. I think Naroditsky might be, because I think he just goes just full focus, obliteration mode, and he has that tactical style where he'll just grind you down over the hour, and he could play Bullet all night. So anyway, speaking of, here's another, this matchup is so close. And we kind of called that ahead of time that this would definitely be the closest one and the most kind of the biggest toss up. And Kramnik's like kind of smiling. He's like enjoying himself. This is it's a tough game for Kramnik. Tough match for Kramnik.
Well, he's just, his time advantage is gone, right? That is out the window. And look at Nihal. He's stretching. The guy has 39 seconds left.
Yeah.
He should have his hand on his mouse. And he's like, yeah, okay, my back needs a little bit of adjustment. Maybe I'll see the chiropractor after this. And Rook C2 from Kramnik. This queen might come to E2 next. This looks scary for Nihal.
This does, but Nihal is not prone to massive blunders under pressure. But if there's ever a position to blunder massively, it's right now. I have no idea what he should play. Rook E6?
That's what I was thinking. So you could potentially even think about Queen E2. And Rook E6 played. Queen E2 the response. Watch out. That is a checkmate threat. Rook E8, you have to play Bishop F8.
Is it Rook G6 then? But then King F8.
The king just runs. So Bishop F8.
What is the idea here?
How is this just even?
Is there Queen E... Oh. He gives up the bishop.
These two are just so precise in these complicated moments.
Yeah, but Knight E5 looks so bad for Black, but then just King G7, I guess.
Get out of that pin, and then Bishop D6, B4 is hanging, G3 is loose. Wow. Anyone's game at this point.
Oh, Rook B3 somehow.
Looks good.
Or Bishop D6 is better, I don't know. I like Rook. Okay, he plays Bishop D6.
Freezing this knight on E5, and now Rook B3 looks very strong.
Can you go King F6, King F5?
Oh, you would.
Yeah, I didn't like this. I wanted to keep the king cut off, but King F6, King F5, I would never play it. I would play Rook B3, right? But when
great recognition by you and by Nihal. He brings the king up immediately. Now G3 is not loose, and this knight can come to D4. B5 is going to be a problem. I like it.
Yeah, we're heading for a position where White is going to have these broken pawns, EGH, but that's still a draw because you can't really take advantage of them. But if anybody's pushing, it's maybe Black. 8 seconds now for Nihal.
Is there Rook A2, Rook C2?
Uh-oh.
But there's Knight A7 there somehow.
Or Knight E7, if you want to be super creative. Or yeah, same thing. But B5 is hanging, so this forces a trade.
Right, and then Knight A7 happens after the pawn's captured. Now we're equal. And this is why knights want just pawns on the same side of the board. Kramnik declined to draw. I think he just didn't see the offer. And don't get forked.
Yeah, that would definitely be tragic. I think Kramnik's looking for a repetition.
Yeah, he doesn't want any more moral degradation.
Well, it's never too late for some good old fashioned moral degradation. Yeah, the tough thing here is it's really tough for White to move also because the pawns are all on dark squares.
Although Kramnik is very slow. Like, okay, maybe his mouse speed's better than I was giving credit for.
Yeah, there it is. They found the repetition. They will repeat. Can we see if King F6, King F5 was the winning idea?
Let's go to it. Right around here.
Or what was the winning idea? What was it so bad? Was it
King F6?
No.
Apparently not 100% accurate. But if we just go back to this moment, could it be F6? Even though we're never supposed to play it?
And just take G3?
Not guaranteed. So is it Rook A2 instead? There it is. Rook A2 is better because you don't let the king out and A3 is hanging. And then B4 is hanging. And G3 is loose.
Tough. Yeah, that's why he shook his head. I mean, one chance, on move 50 after 30 minutes of a game. That's how it goes. This matchup, we have nothing to choose between these guys. Like, really, honestly, this has been so close. Let's take a look at the overall scores of the day. As every matchup now has had decisive games, with the exception of this one. There's a very good chance this one goes to the Armageddon. There's also a possibility that it gets decided in games 3 and 4. Anish Giri, Robert, just an absolute savage thus far. 2-0, and no questions asked there. Liren needs to probably win that next game with white. Otherwise, he will take that 1-point deficit into a game with black, that 4th game of the Rapid. And Nodirbek Abdusattorov just pulled a rabbit out of a hat, winning an endgame down a pawn. I wish I could do that. We will go on a short break, but before we do that, we actually have a very cool video here where if you ever wondered who has won the most prize money in chess over the course of their career, you can think of the biggest names like Carlsen, Vishy, Kasparov. We actually crunched the numbers, and Chess.com published the full inflation-adjusted analysis of all the championships, super tournaments, money matches, and you guys can type !! prize winners in the chat to learn more. Maybe at some point in the future, one of y'all will be on this list, or maybe not. But we're going to return with the third rapid game of all 4 of our amazing matchups. We've got 3 matches that do have a leader, but one is looking like it'll take us to the end of the day. That one between Vladimir Kramnik and Nihal Sarin. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
open to anyone, all around the world.
Are you kidding me?
The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best.
Whoa!
And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
You don't just do this to Shakhriyar in a critical game, except Alexei Sarana just did.
Gorgeous chess.
He makes his way into the round of 16.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
What a move! Duda moves on to the round of 16.
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 32. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
And we see Raunak Sadhwani on screen here. He is down 2-0. He must win the next two against Anish Giri just to head to Armageddon. So I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, International Master Levy Rosman. Levy, 2 wins in a row against Anish Giri? I don't think so.
I also don't think so. Unfortunately, it's a very, very difficult spot for Raunak. But fortunately, we don't end matchups on I don't think so. So yeah, go home. Anish is going to qualify. I do remember off the top of my head, the only time that in a best of 4, somebody came back from 2-0 down was actually Karyakin in the World Cup against Peter Svidler. That was crazy. And in fact, Karyakin was losing in that third game. It got as bad as it possibly could. But we're kind of starting to see why 89-11 was so lopsided. I kind of have to apologize to these community predictors who I sometimes make fun of when they predict something ridiculous. But there it is. We see the modern defense. I mean, this is what you kind of play when you wow, d6, g6, a6. He's not even putting a bishop on g7. He's doing it this way. Why he should play like a4. He should just not let Raunak do anything. But that's what you do when you know your opponent wants to get wild.
Maybe Raunak will play the hippo, which I love to play. It's objectively terrible. Well, not terrible. It's a little strong, but it's very bad. And white just gains all the space in the world. So we'll see how Anish responds here because he knows that he doesn't need to do anything major. A draw wins him the match. He could make moves like h4. He can make a4. He can continue taking space in addition to his central pawns. White is going to be better, but the good thing for Raunak is there's no clarity in the position, at least not yet. And instead, Anish takes the King's Indian approach.
Yeah, so now it's a King's Indian, but Black has played the move a6, which is not always that useful, but it certainly can be. Black can then play b5 or c6, b5. Okay, bishop g4. Yeah, I really like these kind of King's Indian-esque positions, but can't you just play d5 at some point? Like,
yes.
Now?
Yeah, and a6 is kind of like a wasted tempo.
Yeah.
You could have developed more pieces. Instead, your pawn's on a6. And now you can play e5. But again, your pawn's on a6. So it feels like you've lost some very important time. And Anish should be thrilled about his position. And he still looks as focused as ever.
You can maybe even play de5 if you really want. Just be super annoying.
I like that decision, actually, a lot.
Because d5 is very, very confrontational. Black plays bishop takes. Okay, please d5. That's fine. It's fine. It's not a bad move, obviously. It's certainly the main move.
But I like your point. d5, because if you take a e5 with your pawn, you're offering a queen trade. Now we're liquidating. I don't think white's in any danger. If you take with the knight on e5, and we get this kind of position over here, and you can take with the pawn, great. Rook to d1. Thank you very much for the time. If you take with the bishop, eventually I'll play f4 and castle, and white gains more and more space. But look at this. d5, knight e7. Very King's Indian-like, but you're at least one tempo behind and probably more because your bishop never is on g4.
I think the best move here is knight g1.
Why there instead of like D2?
I don't know. I think it's because you can recapture on E2 with the knight. I think the knight D2 might also be reasonable, yeah. But I think in many of these King's Indian positions, what people don't realize is Black's light squared bishop is the most important piece. Yeah, he plays C5. He's not taking the time to be solid. He's just playing the best moves. And I think he's able to do this because of that move A6. That was a very important tempo. Otherwise, Black might have had a knight out already. Black might have been castled. So this could just be completely over in the next 7-8 moves.
Looks really bad. Now, White has the pair of bishops and more space and a lead in development. And there's never going to be an attack because, as you were mentioning, you need a light square bishop. So he goes bishop h6. And this is not to criticize Raonik's play in this game. The reason he's playing like this here is because of the previous results. So he has to try something. And winning with the black piece against Anish Giri, I'd rather, I don't even know. Like, I don't think I can think of anything worse.
Yeah, I wonder if here you could just take h6 and, oh, well, your c5 pawn is hanging. Okay, so maybe queen d2. I was going to say h4, h5, but there's no reason to do that. Just queen d2 and
trading queen d2, and the knight's got to move, and it's just very time-consuming for Black. So we, I think, should go to the other game, the one between Ding Liren and Andrei Esipenko. It's underway. We'll leave Raonik Sadhwani to come up with some dynamic chances, but we are going to switch games now to the Chinese superstar and his Russian opponent, who's in the lead. And what do you make of this position out of the gates?
Once again, I just absolutely cannot predict the opening. What was this? Some sort of f3 Nimso? What was this?
I believe that.
Wow. It wasn't f3 Nimso. Yeah, those positions look like a bomb exploded in the center of the board. And then the pieces just sort of scatter all over the place. Yeah, b5. Like this opening is not for the this opening is not for the faint of heart. Oh my gosh.
And there's so many nuances here. It's like, why would you play a6 if you're going to take on c4 anyway? You are happy that White commits to a4 because now you've less control over squares down the b file. So this is a good situation for Black. I believe that Sam Shanklin won a game against Sergei Karyakin in the World Cup in exactly this line, where Black is down a pawn, but has quite a lot of play because knight d3 check is already on the table. c4 followed by knight d3, take over the dark squares. You learn to regret putting your pawn in f3. So
this is some engine prep. This is a line. I actually studied this line with a friend. And he was telling me how he found this line with Black. He didn't find it. But if White plays perfectly, White is a pawn up. And White can actually apply some pressure. But the problem is playing perfectly with the position like this is not simple. And Black basically moves the queen, plays rook d8, bishop c5. But if you go wrong here, yeah, you're right. It's that Shanklin game. And if you go wrong, you lose on the spot. Like, it's over. So... yeah, I think it's really funny. I think Wojtaszek and Alina Kashlinskaya have both played this, and they're a married couple. So, you got preparation kind of in one household, which is really funny. And I think they've played it with some success. So, now knight h3 I think is the move. It's a very crazy line. Queen c5. Oh my gosh, this is wild stuff.
There's one huge downside to this is because it's engine preparation. If Esipenko knows it all, it might just be immediately equal. But I tend to like challenging your opponent in theoretical lines where you gain a pawn, because if they make one mistake, especially in rapid chess, you have to play more quickly, then you have the upper hand. But look at Esipenko go. All of his pieces on good squares, rook coming to d8. This rook can then land on d3. Queen e3 check is perhaps Black's next move. So with the inability to castle, I'm liking Esipenko's position right now. We'll see how Ding Liren continues. He is also down on the clock. So let's go to the other games that are just getting underway. Nordibek Abdusattorov taking on Ponkratov. And you're going to like the opening, Levy, in this one, because Ponkratov, who is now down 1.5, plays move h5.
What? Oh, he must have analyzed this during the break, right? Like he must have, because they repeated lines.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go check the database. This is some pretty goofy stuff. Wow.
H5 and Alpha 0 approach. Let's go H4. Let's try to capitalize on the fact that white fianchettoed. So whenever there's a fianchetto pawn structure, you think about pushing this pawn. Look at this. When you're under attack, sometimes the best defense is striking in the center with the move D4.
Yeah, so that position after B3 has been reached like nearly 700 times by many, many, many good players. The move H5 happened once, and it was in a game between a 1700 and an 1800. So Ponkratov has, we all have chess idols, and I guess I'm assuming he came prepared. I'm assuming he's not winging this, but that is fascinating. Wow.
Looks like good preparation thus far to me. After knight takes D4, we have a queen trade, and this bishop can come to F6, where there's a pin down the diagonal. It starts to look like black is doing okay, but at some point this knight will land on B5 in return and go for the fork on C7. You first develop the bishop to E3, then try to play knight B5. So Ponkratov playing very quickly. And the good thing for Abdusattorov is he can draw this game and then go to game 4 where Ponkratov is in a must-win situation.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This is very interesting, the way this game has gone. It is just balanced. H5 is completely okay according to the computer, by the way. Stockfish 15 is like, yeah, sure. You want to play H5? Go ahead. It seems like you can play anything in this position. All we know is that Ponkratov must avoid endgames where he's up a pawn. It's got to be equal. That's the only way.
He must be shocked that he lost that game. He was just outplaying Abdusattorov. Yeah. He's up a pawn. It's one of those positions you can never lose until you lose it, and then you're questioning.
You're like, how do I lose it?
Yeah, you're questioning your entire life in no sense. But here, Bishop E3. This is actually going to turn very bad for black, I think. If you play C5, thinking you're winning an exchange, you are not, because the knight comes to B5, and there's this fork on C7, and that's no fun for black. You see the evaluation bar favoring white, and I think it should be even better than 0.4. It looks very nice.
Yeah, this looks really, really nice. The knight is getting in. The bishops are super strong. Pawn on H3 no longer allows white's king to get out on G2, but it's potentially just a liability because black has to defend it for the whole game from C8. So A4 is also very annoying. Yeah, I like how this looks a lot. We could be seeing Nodirbek punch his ticket here if he just sort of continues this positional grind.
Knight D7. Knight's trying to go to E5. I can get behind that. Not an easy move to play. Retreats are always difficult, but still, Knight D7. Pretty good choice. So why don't we maybe check on the last game, the one we haven't seen yet, between Nihal Sarin and Vladimir Kramnik. So we're going to move on to the former world champions game against the Indian teenage sensation. And look at Kramnik go, Levy. He's playing like non-committal chess right now.
I know. Everything's on the third rank. He's not allowing any of black's pieces to touch anything in white's territory. Black has played A5, which prevents B4. If white got B4 successfully, he would be very happy. This is very Kramnik-esque, it feels like. Maybe we'll see a knight E1, knight C2, and then rook B1, B4. Maybe we'll see another, we'll see a way for white's knight to somehow control the center squares, although there's no way to get a knight on D5, really, but could also see bishop D2, rook C1, and then something like along those lines. Very Kramnik-esque position. I mean, just a lot of different plans and opportunities. We might even see some F4. I don't know, move the knight, play F4. Very fluid position. A lot of different plans.
But I like the fact that there are many different plans for white, but not for black. You can't get D5 to work in these positions, especially when this knight moves out the way. So what is Nihal going for? He goes bishop B6. To my eyes, it's a pretty ambiguous move. I think he was trying to avoid D4 with tempo against the bishop.
Yep. But I don't know. I mean, white's going to play bishop B2, and then he can basically do anything. He can play all sorts of moves. He can play B4. He can play D4. He can play a knight jump. He can play... Okay, there's D4, right? So black just moved out of the center with knight E7, so he plays D4.
I really like white's position. I don't see a good plan for black. If you start trading here, you're not going to get d5 in because white will just press forward with c5, and you don't necessarily want to take on d4 to open up this bishop and the e file. I don't like this one bit for Nihal. He's so cramped.
Yeah, extremely cramped position. Knight d4 or ed4 to try to play b4 and c5.
Whichever Kramnik does, I like that better.
Okay. Yeah, that's sort of like I think I once did some video on Magnus and Endgames, and I was like, if he makes moves, you don't ask questions. You just enjoy yourself. Just watch.
My favorite part of this is that he made the move d4 and now is thinking about his recapture. So, it seems like he intuited that d4 is the correct move. It makes sense.
Yeah.
The knight moved away for black, and now he's like, actually, Levy, great question. How do I take on d4? And he takes with the pawn, and that was actually the slightly worse choice according to the evaluation bar.
Yep, but it looks very natural. And yeah, we see c6 from Nihal. Nihal's not really in the business of getting his dark squared bishop locked away forever and ever, so he's trying to get it back to c7. I'm really impressed with his ability to just sort of handle a unpleasant position and not get his bishop trapped, not get positionally dominated. He's going to bring his bishop back to c7. If he successfully plays d5, he actually even has a nice position because his bishops come alive. So it's up to Kramnik to figure it out.
Agreed. So d5 played. We'll see how Kramnik continues from here. I was just noticing that Anish Giri is on 5 minutes versus 12 for Raonic. So either that means that Raonic has surprised Anish in some ways, although maybe it's just Anish playing good moves and Raonic playing quick moves.
Yeah, that does definitely what it feels like. As long as he keeps himself enough time and doesn't get into a fatal time trouble. Yeah, it's going to be Anish. Listen, Anish so far the most dominant of the day for sure.
Yes, this game is just completely busted. And white only needs a draw, so even if there's some winning choice, he'll just make the draw if he sees it. So some kind of perpetual. This is just over. We don't need to look at this anymore. I'm very confident that Anish Giri is going to win. He's all the activity in the position, the safer king, the knight on e7 is pinned, couldn't really move even if it weren't because the bishop dominates it. So yeah, let's move away from here. Very tough position to look at. Let's go back to the game between Andrei Esipenko and Ding Liren. There's a king on e2, and white remains up a pawn, Levy. So you taking white still?
Depends on the next few moves, I think. But I am. I mean, if you play knight h5, there's g3. There's no checkmate. Pawn is a pawn. Pawn is a pawn. You know what I mean? Like, good luck proving. White needs 2 more moves. Rook d1, queen e3. Black resigns. Not really, but that's it. That's the end of it. And then white is just pushing in that endgame. So, yeah, I'll take white. I'll take Ding winning on command. No problem.
Well, Andrei Esipenko is down 2.5 minutes on the clock. He played very quickly in the opening, and since then he's been the one burning time. Knight h5 played. Rook d1 not out of the question either because knight f4 came up by king to f1, and you've castled by hand. But g3, as you were just mentioning, that also is viable, taking away the f4 square. I just not sure I love the look of rooks doubling in the f file in the event of g3.
Yeah, You might have just convinced me that I'm not as certain as I thought I was. No, but then there's rook hf1. I believe in Ding Liren. Okay? I believe. Because here's the thing. He doesn't win this game. I don't think he's winning the next one. So, and I'm not ready to see no Ding Liren. Okay? I mean, I'm ready to see Esipenko. I'm not cheering for either guy or something, but it just feels, the top level event feels weird when Ding Liren's not in it. You know what I mean?
I agree. And I think we should just go back a few moves just to show what happened. We saw queen c5, and the reason the king is on e2 is at this moment, the king went to f1, because if you play queen e2, you lose all your pieces. Let's check to your rook. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. So king went to f1, and then after black castles, you could take on c3, but that allows things like rook c1, and now white quickly goes after black's position. Queen d6 after as well could be a problem with the rook no longer on a1. So instead castles, and then queen c1, and the king drops out to e2. So knight h3 is Ding Liren's choice. He's covering f4 with his knight, so he doesn't make his pawns any looser. I still don't see why this. If I didn't see the evaluation bar, I would just think that white is better.
Yeah, because there's no danger anywhere here for white. I mean, you have to be careful, but there's no danger. You know what I mean? So I agree, which is why I keep. And then Esipenko evidently also, I must say, is looking like that is not the face of a man who is super sure he has compensation for a pawn he lost.
He looked like he's in a Clockwork Orange, like his eyes were forced open.
That's a messed up movie, man.
It's what it looked like.
Yeah. That I saw that movie for the first time when I was way too young to see that movie. I'm sure it left a lasting damage. So yeah, he does. He looks a little all over the place, a little distraught. Now he looks a little better. All right, but let's not consume the finger completely. And Ding Liren has an Eric Icy vibe where he just occasionally kind of moves his lip a little bit, and that's when but he always kind of has the same. I've never seen a poker face quite as good as our generic Icy's though.
Yeah, the guy never ever reacts, even when it's like, how do you feel that you're going to play Magnus? You're in the final. Yeah, I feel good.
It'll be interesting. Yeah. That's the number one. The top two words chess players use are okay and interesting. No, it's like very interesting game, but okay. It's like, it doesn't matter what culture you're from. You just say, oh, okay. Oh, but okay.
And complicated. Just to
it was very interesting, like complicated game.
Oh, Anish won that game, so he wins the match 3-0. And oh my gosh. I'm just going to show the final move of this game. Oh my gosh, poor Kramnik. So Kramnik was hoping for rook takes e7 check, queen takes 7, rook c7. Because as you see, you're winning the black queen, but no, you're not, because rook b1 check distracts the white queen from the defense of the rook on c7. So that's actually a really nice little tactic. So how does Anish deal with that? He says, I am going to create luft for my king with move h4. Have fun with that pawn over here, because if you take it, we get this situation where now rook b1 check is met by the very simple king h2, and black resigns.
Yeah, that's brutal, but it was always meant to be. It was always meant to be. Anish Giri just showed up today, and he played one of the most convincing matches I've ever seen him play, honestly. He said, y'all really thought Kramnik Sadhwani, was going to beat me? Like, Kramnik's good, but I'm me. Damn it. 3-0. So he now waits for the winner of Ponkratov Nodjabek. What's going on in that match, by the way? Whatever happened with all this h5 stuff?
Well, here we go. We bring up oh my gosh, Ponkratov has a -3 advantage right now. Look at these pieces on the dark squares. Unbelievable.
This looks awful. What is this match? No, but Ponkratov, wait, this is a worse nightmare for him because he's going to be a pawn up in an endgame. Oh wait, no, for now it's equal. That's good. Okay, never mind.
So
it's fine.
Rook d5 played here. If bishop d5 had been played instead, the d5 would have been closed. h2 could be captured at some moment. So rook d5 is a fascinating choice. Can you just start taking these? Probably not.
I was going to say, yeah, can you just snap? Oh, just a4, yeah.
Oh, rook b2 check as well. Oh, no. For Nodjabek Abdusattorov, he's in a world of hurt.
That's it. I really think so. He's going to lose the b pawn. Then he's going to lose the h pawn. And his pawns aren't equipped enough to create any sort of counterplay. This is insane.
Didn't we like Nodjabek's position at some point?
I think this match has completely just destroyed my understanding of chess. I don't understand anything that's going on between these two. One moment, one guy is better, then he's dead lost. I don't know. I don't know at all. I don't
I
know.
wonder where it all went wrong, because this looks kind of fine. Not a big deal. Bishop c4, all is good. Oh, he made a one-move blunder. Apparently, e4 was a horrible move, allowing this rook b4 tactic with b5 and stuff. So e4 is where Nuremberg lost the thread.
Yeah, maybe Notebek's not playing his best today. I feel like he's allowed a lot more chances than normal. And having said that, Ponkratov is playing very, very well. But then Ponkratov, like, the only games we've ever seen him play poorly, he just completely implodes. Like that game 4 versus Anand. But otherwise, he's smooth sailing. He's just like going around the racetrack. And then one time his car flips over 50 times. It's just I don't know. That's just sort of what happens. Hopefully it doesn't happen this game. He doesn't have any more room for error.
No, super strong player. And right now it looks like he's going to win with the black pieces in this game and even up this match. So a huge moment for Ponkratov. And
did you see that?
What?
Notebek doesn't drink out of glasses. He drinks out of the entire pitcher. What a Chad. Like this, I have a big water bottle, okay? It holds 32 ounces of water, 900 milliliters. But like that man just drank the whole pitcher. He does what a boss. Oh my God.
Well, when you're an Olympiad champion, you do whatever the heck you want. Ain't nobody telling you what to do.
Oh, so that was hilarious. Wow. So Ponkratov's gonna win the H2 pawn, and then ultimately he's gonna have 2 passed pawns, and yeah, but it's dangerous. He is up a pawn, so he has to just not be up a pawn. I don't know, somehow. Like just
he's also up 6.5 minutes, so I do have faith in his ability to convert this one. Let's go back to the Andrei Esipenko game. I was gonna say Andreykin. Every time I see Andreyka as his username, I want to say Andreykin. But it's Esipenko with a black piece against Ding Liren. This is looking better and better for the world number 2 player from China. You're just up a pawn right now.
Yeah. That's the danger of playing prep where you go down a pawn. Is you're down a pawn? I know it sounds crazy, but might be controversial, but that's what it is. Yeah, rook takes d3.
Ren takes the second pawn. His king has gone from f1 to e2 and now up to d3 and probably over to c2.
Yeah, what's the big deal? Who cares? King's going out. He's going out. He's having a good time. He's going to go back to c2 at some point, sure. But I think he'll be safe. He'll be all right.
Queen d7 checks down the d file over here. Looks a little bit worrisome.
Why? Where's the checkmate?
I don't see checkmate, but I see pawns hanging everywhere.
I forgot about the pawns. I did, in fact, forget about the pawns.
Queen d5. Oh my goodness, Ding Liren is so good at chess.
Yes, he checks him. Very important, seizing back control of the game on his tempo, and then now he offers a queen trade. This is a completely winning endgame.
Right.
So the c pawn is going to be the deciding factor here. It's completely winning.
Have to trade rooks because back rank checkmate, and then you're up a pawn, and you see the evaluations through the roof. So we see queen c7 and queen e6. No access on the d file for the black queen anymore. He's so good.
Yep. Clean. Very, very clean game here thus far from Ding. Playing into the sharp preparation. Got exactly what he wanted, honestly. You almost kind of wonder, like, Esipenko, well, the Nimso is a very forcing line, but, you know, you can always play a QGD, right, if you want with black. You don't always have to play a Nimso. And Ding played f3, which is just one of the sharpest lines that exists. I spent a couple of weeks doing prep on the f3 Nimso, and then I decided not to play it because I just don't understand what's going on at all. And in these positions that we saw today, clearly one of the two players wasn't fully kind of grasping. He got all his prep and then got nothing. I mean, imagine that, right? You play all your preparation and you lose without a peep. He's tried his best, but he hasn't been able to generate any sort of play. Robert, I feel like this prep is really good for 90-minute chess, classical, because you have time to figure it out. But here you just pawn down.
And it actually reminds me of a game, even in a classical game, U.S. Championship, it was Leonard Dominguez against Alex Lenderman. It was some deep preparation, but Dominguez was up a pawn, and then Lenderman made one inaccuracy, and then the position went from like slightly better for white to much, much better. And here, rook d3, stabilization in white's position. There's just nowhere to go. The c4 square. You would love to play queen c4 as black. You don't have it. 17 seconds. And Andrei Esipenko, I mean, unless he finds a miracle here, he is going to lose this third game.
I even wonder if Ding can play g4 and combine, because right now black's plan is stability and white can't really push because the king's a bit weak. But if Ding plays g4, now black has no stability. Black is desperately trying to defend the position. So you completely flip the script. Black's not searching for counterplay anymore. Black's just holding on, you know, as the roller coaster goes up and down. But no, Ding plays knight f2. I like g4, but okay, this is also good. By the way, queen a6 is 3 pawns up. It's literally a free pawn.
Gimme. Queen a6. Is there a downside to that move? Because when you're up
c5.
2 pawns, you don't really need a third extra pawn. And as you're saying, queen c5, hitting the knight, threatening queen a3, just getting into white's camp over here looks unnecessary.
Oh, you know what I thought you had? I thought you had queen c5, queen d6, queen f2, rook d2, but there's queen a7. Defending the rook. I thought you could win some material here, but oh, you also have queen b6. Oh, okay. That entire idea just goes to show that queen c5 is it's a problematic move. You don't want to allow that type of counterplay. Wow, I would never play like this, and that's why he's 2,800. You know what I mean? Like, look at him. It's and he's playing the best moves too.
Knight e3, just bringing this piece up, and there are no access points. Nope. Not b3, not b2, not b1, not this diagonal.
G4, h4, just G4, h4.
It's really good, especially when your opponent has 7 seconds left.
Yeah, because now you stabilize. Now there's no counterplay. Black can't move h4, g4. Just do it. Just gotta go for it.
And he plays it.
Yes, there it is. That's it.
3 seconds for Andrei.
This is it.
Okay, if you're trading rooks in this position, you're just dead lost.
Yep.
Yeah, oh my gosh, love that move.
Yep.
Now you can trade, and your queen's already more active.
Mm-hmm. Knight d5. Told you one threat. One threat. He played g4. Andrei just he didn't know what to do. And
queen c7? Does that force a queen trade?
Queen c7 looks good. a5, h4, whatever. c4.
He's pushing his pawns. 1 second for Andrei. He might just lose in time. Nope. He gets the move out. Queen c6. Anybody?
That's so unnecessary. Okay, it was probably very reasonable to knight e7, knight f5. Everything looks good. Queen d6. Yeah, queen d6 is a nice move. Queen b6 is also nice. Queen c6 still nice.
Oh, that'd be too much. And still playing, but here comes the c pawn. A second queen is going to appear. Knight takes f6 and queen d7, force a queen trade.
Queen f6, queen a4, be careful.
That's actually a funny tactic, right? Going for the knight. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Hey, this is like game 1, but the players are reversed.
Yes, game 1 also had a pass pawn, and it was I believe it was a c pawn with a queen trapped away, and that's crazy. Now it's anybody's match once again, and I mean by anybody, it's back to who's the favorite, and the favorite is Ding Liren. I wouldn't say 92-8 like our community has it, but that's huge. I mean, Esipenko winning with black that first game was just so massive. So massive. But now Ding strikes back.
And Esipenko, he's going to need to take this break, regroup, because it's no fun to lose a game, especially when you felt like the match was in your control. But look at this position. Every time we tune into this match, Levy, 0.2 better for Kramnik. Just
always. Like, or for Nihal. Like, it was just very, very slightly better, and maybe in that first game for a move or two. But yeah, super tense match. I'm assuming Nojabek has lost.
He lost, yes.
Yes. Okay. Wow. So we're gonna have a lot of even matches, and then Anish Giri, who decided that he has an appointment to get to, so he's gonna just win as fast as possible. Maybe a date night. Maybe he wanted to spend some more time with the family, so he was like, "I'm gonna win all my games in absolutely destructive fashion, and I'm gonna go." So
he was so impressive. I think we compliment him a bunch, but even the compliments we gave him don't really do justice to what he did.
No, he destroyed Raunik, and like I said, Raunik didn't even play that bad. He himself might feel, I played bad, but I really feel like nobody was going to beat Anish Giri today. He was just unstoppable.
Yeah, phenomenal showing. He nets himself minimum 15K. Radek Sadhwani gets $10,000. If you lose in the round of 32, you still are rewarded with a nice monetary prize. So here we see white has these double pawns on c4 and c5. Black has all of this activity. It's a bishop pair for white, but the bishop pair doesn't seem that amazing at the moment. And rook e3, get that bishop out of here.
Yeah, once again, these doubled c-pawns. I don't know what it is about the structure. Rook d1. Oh, my. What a move.
You have to play bishop e2, right?
Is there knight e4 there?
You're trying to bring your knight all the way in? I guess I don't think it works out. I can show this quickly. Here, knight e4 takes, knight to rook d3.
Rook d3, yeah. Rook f1, and then you get trapped. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
well,
here.
Nihal won't play that.
Nope.
You know,
he went.
He just goes back. Bishop f5. He's going to come around from the other angle. Bishop f5, bishop e4.
He's going to try. So it's even material, but it almost feels like black's up a pawn because these are doubled and isolated. So there's bishop e6, but now bishop c3 perhaps?
Yeah, every pawn move is so subtle. Like, who wants the pawn on a5? Who wants the pawn on a4? And once again, Nihal's down a bit on time, but that doesn't really mean anything because it's probably, like you said, one of the best bullet players in the world.
Oh, gosh. This situation here, 4 minutes, 20 seconds for Kramnik, 125. Kramnik's been very quick today. I was giving him a little bit of flack earlier, making a moral degradation joke. But every single game, he's got an advantage on time. And then even when he's down to 20 seconds, he's using that increment well.
Yeah, he is. He's had some tense time scrambles, but for the most part, he's done a very nice job of playing extremely accurately too. That's the thing. Both of these guys have played at a very, very high accuracy, even in their tensest moments. And we've kind of ended our days watching them play. That's what it feels like. We've ended the day every single time in the matchup watching them play. Rook f1, yeah?
It doesn't work as a rook d8 check. I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
You think you're going to get a tactic, and then you got a little too fancy.
Okay, rook takes. I think this is headed for a draw. There is a way to lose with black, which is to get your a pawn taken, like a4, bishop c3. But yeah, knight d7 will keep the dark squared bishop occupied, and I guess black will just bring the king.
And then at some point, black can also consider trying to create an outside pass pawn. But yeah, bringing the king makes a lot of sense. Run that way.
I still feel like there might be a way for the a pawn to fall and for the c5 pawn to fall, but I don't see it. Anyway, there's really no way to do that without allowing some serious counterplay.
Although king f8 might be a little careless. I was about to say, if we just show why, king f8, bishop e4, now c6 is under attack. And if you play knight b8 as a way to defend it, then bishop c3. After a4, I can just win your pawn. And then I have the outside pass pawn. Not to mention bishop e5 to d6 and take c6. Like, everything is collapsing here. So f5 is a very, very nice move, taking away the active bishop e4.
Yeah, Kramnik is going to still continue to put the pressure, but we'll see if Nihal is able to defend and stabilize.
30 seconds. That's the problem for Nihal right now. I think he might lose this game.
Think so?
20 seconds and you just have to defend all of your weak pawns? Now 18 seconds. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, bishop king.
Bishop f3. I guess he's going to take it, but king e6 very quickly.
Yeah, and try to get bishop d5, and maybe he's even... But then bishop g7.
Oh, g7 is hanging. Knight, bishop e5. Oh, there's no check. So the knight can come back to d7, I guess?
Uh-huh. Wow. Can this actually work? Bishop d6, is that the plan?
But now taking king e6. g7 is no longer hanging.
That's so subtle.
Brilliant endgame play by these two. I'm learning so much watching this match.
These guys are just at a different level, it feels like. Really, it's almost a shame they have to play each other now.
Yeah. And Is there a way? If this king were not on g2, like on this diagonal, I feel like white would have some pretty good chances. But with bishop d5 check being the threat, and that is a threat. It's not just, oh, we're trading bishops to draw. You're going to lose c5 after that, and then black can play for a win.
Yep. Bishop d5 is always going to be a thing. There it is.
Where's the king going? Maybe just retreat it. I guess stay on the dark squares, away from this bishop would make sense. But I just don't see how white ever gets to push this pawn.
Yeah, not without losing the bishop, and by the time you move the bishop, it will be blockaded.
Here come the pawns. H5, H4. At some point, let's get those going. 2 minutes still for Kramnik. I mean, he is playing at a blistering pace, and Nihal, he's the bullet king, so 22 seconds is an eternity.
He can... There is a world where Nihal Sarin makes an outside H-pawn, by the way. And under the right circumstances, can absolutely play this for a win. I don't know. I wouldn't be so sure we've seen the end of the plot twist.
Yeah, knight c4 is also an issue that white needs to deal with, hitting the bishop and the pawn a3. So if I'm Kramnik, I might start thinking, how do I just make this game a draw as quickly as possible?
Yep. I completely agree with you. 125. Oh, boy.
Kramnik here. Face in hand. He's very concentrated. But bishop b5, there might be bishop c4 checks. There's bishop c7, hitting this pawn on a5.
Knight back. Well, you could always take the knight and make the draw, right? Opposite colored bishops. The chat doesn't know that's a draw in like 99% of situations. Doesn't really matter. And that is one of the ways you can always bail out in an endgame, is to lose a pawn, but create a fortress on the opposite color. Actually, in this case, it wouldn't even be the opposite color. It would just be, in this case, black is even maybe playing for more on that H file. Wow.
H4. I guess the king gets back in time, but this is a risky choice from Kramnik there.
Yeah, that's definitely a risky choice. I was going to say,
H3.
I hate the way it looks at first, but Kramnik played it. So I got to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got to challenge my own frameworks of chess.
G4. He's going to take on C6 after this.
He's making a blockade.
Whoa!
Yeah, 95.
Oh, gosh. And Kramnik doesn't have that much time. If GF, king of king D4, there's H2.
Yep. But is there bishop C2 there? Or no, because the king walks away from checks. You just hang all your pieces, but the pawn promotes.
And that's all you need. All you need is 15 seconds for Kramnik.
Oh, no. Takes.
Bishop C2. Where's the draw? It says zeros, but
King.
I don't see the draw. Maybe bishop H7 and then bishop G8. Is that possible?
What?
G7?
G7?
Oh, my goodness. Chances for both right now.
Oh, and if king F7, bishop H7, king G7, bishop E5 check.
That's so nice. Takes, check, and...
Wow, he does it this way.
Oh, what a move, G8.
What is going on? This is unbelievable.
Take, and queen F3 check. Oh, what a precise move. Keep everything protected.
Yep, there it is. And
queen F6. Oh, my God. What a move. 2 seconds. Kramnik, go.
Oh, bishop E5. Oh, God.
King F4. Just run the king away.
He's got to go. There, and I think Nihal's going to try to flag him here. There's just no way that he accepts a draw.
No, queen B2. Just keep your pieces defending. He just runs with his king. Queen F5 check will win a piece. Be careful. He was bishop F4. Oh, gosh. No time. Oh, a blunder. Queen G6 check. Queen G6, Queen F5. Queen F5
Queen F5. Oh, no.
Poor Vladimir.
Oh, my goodness. Vlad is going to... Oh, and Vlad loses.
And he can't believe it.
That was literally the worst case scenario. That was the only way that it felt like it was possible to beat Vladimir Kramnik. Literally, that was the only way. His precision in the endgame was legitimately unbelievable. I feel like 90% of that field would have lost that endgame 15 moves prior. I mean, it was just, he was so surgically precise, and it's the time that gets him.
But this move is also, he had 1 minute and 3 seconds. He could take on c6, make a draw, right? He had that option. He went f4, and after h4, now you have this problem with the outside pass pawn. So he kind of did this to himself at this moment. And then knight e5. And then at this point, they're playing accurate moves. Look at the evaluation bar. 0, 0, still 0. And by the way, oops, sorry, I clicked the end. But that move there, queen f6 check, what a move. If king takes here, queen takes, and you get this bishop. That was really nice. But Levy, you just got to give it to Nihal Sarin. He ran with his king. And then he said, I'm going to play in your time trouble. And this could happen over the board. It could happen with 5 seconds increment, 10 seconds increment. Just mistakes happen when your king's out in the open.
Yeah, just this was how Nihal Sarin was going to beat Vladimir Kramnik today. Was going to be keeping pace with him, matching him kind of punch for punch, resource for resource. And if it ever got to a time scramble, the odds went from around 55-45 to like 90-10. That was just the truth. That was the harsh reality of the situation. When you get an event like this where it's mouse speed and it's kind of like the reaction time and everything, and keeping those nerves, it's a totally different world in this online realm. And that is where Nihal is the overwhelming favorite. It's bittersweet because at the end of the day, it's part of the format. We want to have great chess, but we also want to have some of the best players in the world not have to fly anywhere and be able to play from the comfort of their own home for high stakes and high prizes. So full credit to Nihal, because he's gone toe-to-toe with Vladimir Kramnik over 3 games, and going into the 4th game, he has a 2-1 lead. We've had some players waiting for a while, so we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we're going to have the 4th rapid game here in the round of 32 of the Chess.com Global Championship.
Open to anyone, all around the world.
What? Are you kidding me?
The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best.
Whoa!
And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
You don't just do this to Shakhriyar in a critical game, except Alexei Sarana just did.
Gorgeous chess.
He makes his way into the round of 16.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
What a move! Duda moves on to the round of 16.
A trip to the CGC finals and clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 32. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
And we return here to the round of 32 of the Chess.com Global Championship. We have 3 matches remaining of today's action because Anish Giri swept Raonic Sadhwani. And Andrei Esipenko, he jumped out to a 1-point lead, winning game 1 with black against Ding Liren. And then, unfortunately for him, after a draw in game 2, he suffered defeat in game 3. We see him walking around his room, trying to gather himself, make sure that his emotions are in check. But Levy, what a devastating third game for the Russian 20-year-old.
Devastating third game, yeah, but sick room that he's in. And also, he won with black in game 1. So he lost, but he also knows he's more than capable of beating Ding. He's got the confidence. And right now, when you even out a match like that, right, like you go down after you win game number 1, you're not thinking, oh, man, this guy is just... he's just so much. He's not feeling what Raonic Sadhwani's feeling. He's feeling, all right, I won a game. Now he won a game. Match on. I get white. And last time it was an interesting game. Let's see what happens this time. So he sits back down, nice and focused. And I'm also nice and focused now that I got my what is he eating? I was going to say I got my coffee. What was that? I'm going to ask him. He's got his Lacoste hoodie. He's got the beef jerky. That looked like beef jerky. I don't know what it was.
He looks like he's ready to participate in Ludwig's chess boxing event.
Yeah, I would not like to fight him. I think he's is he big? You saw him in Vike, right? Is he a big guy?
Yeah, he's tall. He's very tall. I mean, he's also a really strong chess player. So if you're not going to knock him out physically, well, good luck to all of us on the board. And they are playing that variation that we saw in game 2, but here instead of queen c2, he did take on d5, playing into the main variation. Black has only 1 pawn in the center. White has 2 over here. That's good news for Esipenko, but as is typical, Ding Liren strikes with c5.
Yeah, and this time we don't see any queen c2s. We see the principled kind of play, but queen c2 does happen. It's definitely a move. It helps White support the center, and then it also clears out that back rank. Newbies know we got to get the rooks connected. They got to be able to see each other. And that helps a lot for the long-term development of your position. This is a very exciting matchup. The truth is, though, that it's these kind of positions often peter out, like in the first 15-20 moves. I mean, it's Queen's Indian is an opening where there can be mass trades very early. Which we are already seeing. But in this case, there are ways for White to get very aggressive. I was about to say h4, but now we have castle. So
sometimes even after you castle, you still play h4. I would say the issue that I'm seeing here for Esipenko is that the position for Black is relatively easy to play for the time being. And with it being closed and not a position with tactics, even though Esipenko is an amazing player, that just has to favor Ding Liren. We saw him win that last round of candidates against Hikaru Nakamura in a position that looked like there was nothing. And he squeezes and squeezes until finally his opponent breaks. So this position, I like it for Ding Liren, even though we're in standard opening territory.
That was extremely professional chess commentary, and allow me to just interject with something completely and wholeheartedly unprofessional. So I see Chad is discussing that Esipenko was eating a fig. I hadn't actually seen what he ate. I just saw him holding something and take a strong bite out of it. So no, my American is not kicking in. I didn't think of fruit was beef jerky. But did you know that I was once having dinner, like the last time I was with my uncle, and we were actually in Mongolia. You wouldn't know this. I don't know why I asked, did you know? I was offered bear meat. Like I was offered, like instead of salami, they eat like bear meat. And I was like, wow. And I had some, and it just tasted like regular salami. But you're saying, yeah, you knew that? I didn't know that.
Well, I didn't know it in Mongolia, but when I was in Khanty-Mansiysk in 2009, I remember that they had like these bear meat dumplings or something. And
tasty?
I didn't eat them, but other people seem to like them.
Well, I remember we only have like one more move played, and we will cover the game, we promise. When I went to coach the World Cadet US team, the junior players in Weifang, China, obviously there is a cultural clash there, but really it was the kids, right? Like the young kids they didn't know how to eat food that they hadn't eaten. They were like 6, they were complaining. So what ended up happening was we were served like 7 types of chicken every day. Popcorn chicken, fried chicken, like chicken breast, chicken thigh, chicken nuggets. And by the 6th day of eating chicken and pasta, I was like, all right, I got to go to a local restaurant here in China. I got to get some Chinese food. Like, some, I don't want chicken all day. So, and that's one of the benefits of being able to play from the comfort of your home. You get to eat what you want, you get to sleep where you want. And that's why the Chess.com Global Championship is great.
Yeah. And both players are very focused right now. Look at Ding Liren. That is determination epitomized. Just look at that guy's concentration right now. And he stumbled in game 1 against Min in the first match. He stumbled in game 1 against Andrei Esipenko. And he stumbled in game 1 in the candidates, both this last one and the previous one. So I think round 1 is just bad for Ding Liren. If he just never had to play round 1, maybe take a bye in that round, he would be even higher rated than his 28-10 rating.
Yeah, seriously. He is so good. He's one of the rare guys that is Ding Liren that can bounce back just incredibly convincingly and consistently. Sometimes he has serious stumbles, but he rarely goes up down. He goes if anything down and only up from there. And he did it in the candidates, and he's doing it in this match. And it really felt like he was doing it against Tuan Minlay, although it wasn't such a convincing first defeat. But you can't really count Ding Liren out ever.
No, you cannot. And looking at his position, if we start digging in a little here, so we see that the move Knight A5 was played. We have a C file that will likely open up at some point. And this bishop on B2, it's sort of waiting in the wings. I would love to see a trade that opens the C file for black, but it opens the diagonal for white once the move D5 happens, and then the black king will be in danger. So it's one of these positions where the tension will remain, and at some point you might have to pull the trigger or play C4 and keep everything closed. But once you play C4, now white never has to be worried about the center, and it's permanently safe.
That bishop on b2 does look a bit ridiculous, but it's actually the best spot for it, because like you just said, if c4 and the bishop was on f4, white loses the a3 pawn, and then white loses the game, because black will play knight back to c6, a5, a4, a3, a2, a1. And maybe you won't go that far. Maybe you'll just stop it at a3, and it'll be tough for black to move. It'll be tough for white to move, but yeah, at some point, I can't help but feel like the best plan for white is still to play h4. Okay, I'm retiring from commentary. That was perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Andre.
You really should not say another word. You said h4 as he was about to play it, so that was well timed. And now h5, so he wants some kind of attack. Think about this: if you can line your queen and bishop up for a battery, there's no g6 anymore because the pawn is on h5. That said, you might regret having your pawn on h5 if this queen comes on over here. You might lose it, or in endgames, it's a pawn that has gone potentially too far. But Levy, other games are starting here. The fourth and final game between Abdusattorov and Ponkratov is underway. So let's go to that game as, well, it's kind of a similar dynamic in a way.
Yeah, very much so. Wow. I guess the difference being some of the pawn structure on the queen side has cleared out. But yeah, even here, the game plan very well for white could be some h4 at some point. Yeah, Nordjurek has to win on demand. No, sorry. No, he doesn't. I forgot he won that second game. It just really feels like this has been Ponkratov's match from start to finish.
Yeah, Ponkratov has played the better chess, right? Game 2, he was up a pawn, and then suddenly he lost that pawn, and then lost the game. So Ponkratov, I believe, has played the better chess of the two thus far. But in game 4 here, Levy, it's like he's down on time. Nordjurek has almost as much time as he started with. There's already pressure on the center, on the d4 pawn. I'm not sure if Ponkratov is very happy right now.
No, he's not. This is kind of like a best case scenario for black trying to play a position for a win. You have just enough imbalances without the risk. But admittedly, we are still very early in the opening. And I I feel like they're okay. Wow, bishop c6. It's a very deliberate attempt at trading off pieces. So bishop. Okay. Wow. We go into a playoff here? Is that what's going on? These guys are just going to swap their pawns and that'll be that?
It looks like it because a2 can be captured, b4 next. White should be slightly better, the side for choice. You have all of your pawns in files next to one another. c6 is isolated. So I would take white after the series of trades, even though the position with best play should be one that is held. I just think that the pawn structure speaks for itself.
That will live on, I think, longer than I literally don't care. But but to be honest, I feel like once they're fully integrated as part of our chess meme culture, it's only good. We just keep absorbing more and more memes and more dreams. And I don't know, I wouldn't want to play a playoff against Nodirbek. He did win a playoff. He did win a playoff. That's right. He beat Nepo in a playoff for World Rapid Champion, right? So man's got nerves of steel, but it does feel like it's been Ponkratov who has been pushing the pace. Can we check in on Kramnik?
Sure, if we must. Vladimir Kramnik, got to make me go to that game. No, of course. The former world champion has the black pieces in a must-win game. And where's Eric Rosen? I'm sure he's watching somewhere. Well, he's actually probably sleeping. This is a London system.
Yeah. London, which is something that I've seen Nihal trot this out. Very interesting to see how Kramnik handles the London, and he handles it in a hedgehoggy way.
Mm-hmm. Very peaceful start here, and white just has more space thanks to having two pawns on the fourth rank. None of black's pieces past his own third.
I remember when I was first learning the London, back before it was cool, as people like to say about various songs and things and so on. I hated when people played like this because I never understood what I was supposed to do. I'm not when am I supposed to play h3, bishop h2? When am I supposed to play a4? When do I play knight c4? I would study the games of Gadakomsky, and then I would just not understand how to implement that. You ever have that? It's really annoying. You just don't know what to do. You're like, all right, well, they do it, but how do I do it?
So that's why I don't recommend the London for the newest of players. It gives you a sort of confidence in that you can play 8 moves of chess. And then after that, you're like, wait, I don't know what to do from here because there's no tension. Look at this position. If we just look across the board here, there's no pawns challenging one another. The position is not open. So you actually have to come up with deep strategical reasoning, which is not always easy for newer players to the game. And how does white respond to knight to d5? Like I don't know, queen b3 looks pretty normal, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I don't know. It's so much easier to watch than to play. That's the tricky thing. Is it too late to play h4 here? h4 knight g5. Well, the knight on knight's on f8, so there's nothing is going to h7.
So I really don't have a good handle on these positions. I would just play a move like queen d2 or like I said, queen b3 before, but I always feel like both sides are fine, and then I kind of get aimless.
Yeah, it's very easy to do that because black is rock solid. Black is rock solid here. Any move by white can create a potential weakness in their own position. Like right, c4 creates a weakness, yeah. d4, b4, exactly.
I think rook b8 is a possible, but then you might walk into c4, c5. So you always have to be careful about this London bishop just hanging out. It's a long range piece, so rook b8 could be a mistake. So Nihal is just hanging out. He's chilling. Let's go to our other matchups because I believe the game between Ding Liren and Andrei Esipenko has changed quite a bit. And look at this. Black is down a pawn, if I can count pawns correctly, but no problems, according to the eval bar. Just
I know. How is that possible?
Where did that pawn go? H4, H6. Look at Ding Liren.
What? Bishop A6?
take it. And then he goes bishop f6. And apparently it's slightly better for white, but can we just instant replay that? a6.
Why? What? Am I missing something?
I think Ding Liren is just a brilliant chess player, and he sees the prospects of the position, whereas like, that pawn was irrelevant. And what I want to do is open up the position, trade queens, plant a knight on c4, which attacks b2, attacks a3, and protects b6 all at once. And this pawn on h5, we mentioned that could be a target. The rook coming to a8. I don't think this is that bad for black. I don't think it's bad at all.
Nope. Counterplay on the a pawn. And we might have a very similar kind of series of exchanges, and we might see the exact same thing in the Nodjebek-Ponkratov matchup. Can we just quickly check what happened there? I doubt we have an h-pawn there on h5.
Yeah. There we go.
Let's see. No, yeah, we don't have.
What is the deal here? Still better pawn structure for white. Some pressure for black over here. Watch out for rook b8 at some moment. Your king could be in some danger in the back rank as well, but still looks very, very level.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot here. This will probably be a draw. But knowing that matchup, some guy is going to be completely winning. He'll throw to the other guy, and then 4 more times the same process will repeat itself. I don't know. We've seen all sorts of stuff there.
Maybe just a nervous final round here, or game 4, because all 3 games are just calm, not particularly exciting. Rook a3, we might just see a draw in this one with repetition. Rook a2, rook a3. And by the way, Esipenko has pushed his pawn in the center. So I'm going to go back there because it's a big decision. Well, actually, maybe we should stay here because queen c3. He changed his mind. No draw. Or will he make a draw?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a sense of humor. Queen c3, but he'll go back to b2 to repeat. Just don't play rook b3. Wow. Ooh. Rook a2.
Is it going to keep happening? Is this where we are?
I mean, I see you're hovering on a list of games. We might as well just watch some 3-minute blitz on Chess.com or something. Maybe we'll get a little exciting game.
Yeah, this last round, it seems like evenly matched players play even games, but not the most exciting compared to earlier games of today. So let's go to the Andreikin. His username is Andrejka. So Andrei Esipenko has that username. So I always want to say Andreikin. But anyway, we have seen the move d5 played, trade of pieces, knight c4, and rook to b4. So I imagine that at some point, black is just going to win the pawn back. He takes on a3 here, Levy. White might stay a pawn ahead.
I don't understand this game. It's just the most recreational loss of a pawn I've ever seen. But he probably just understands something we don't. The other thing is it's all on the same side, right? So 4-3, 3-2, 2-1, 1-zip. It's all drawn rook endgames. But it's so ridiculous to me that chess has evolved to the extent that you can voluntarily lose a pawn and be like, it's a draw. You can't win. I mean, it's crazy. Like, imagine in sports. You can have one more player than us. We know it's a draw. There's nothing quite like that. Like, the fact that chess is scientific studied to the point that you can just be pawn down and still drawing that's kind of absurd. King f8. Okay, just middle of the game, bro. Walk the king in. Very high level game. This is a very high level game.
And it all started with that move a6, where Ding Liren just voluntarily jettisons a pawn, and then he's like, "Nah, all right, we're hanging. I'm fine. Yep, doesn't matter." G4.
If you were like giving a private lesson to some kid who was rated like 1500, you'd be like, "What are you doing?" Like, I forgot. Like, I just forgot the pawn was hanging. But that was a deliberate pawn sacrifice to clarify the matters.
It's a do as we say, not as Ding Liren does kind of moment where he can get away with it.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's very much a thing in chess. Absolutely. You gotta learn the rules to break the rules. And all right, what else? Anything else? Nihal Sarin, Kramnik, that game interesting?
am I allowed to say no? We haven't seen much change here.
It's the game with the most what ifs, let's put it this way, and the most stuff unclarified, right? So let's put it, the good thing is their time is ticking, because we give them each a minute here, stuff is going to happen. Or it won't. Or it won't.
Look at the last move, by the way. Knight E to D2. He wants to go knight C4 and create some pressure on these pawns. This is standard way to try to make your opponent uncomfortable. And now knight F4 seems reasonable, opening up your
I like
bishop.
knight C4, knight A5. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, hit this. A6 could be a target at some point. So there are some ideas here. Right? The F4 square is blacks. The C4 square is whites. Some pressure against those queenside pawns. Kramnik trying to figure out what to do. So it's not that simple, even if there's only been one pawn traded and not much is happening. Trying to figure out an actual strategy is not easy. A knight F4 played, and somehow that's inaccurate.
I also just remembered Kramnik has to win.
Yes.
I forgot about that. That is a bit unfortunate, I have to say. That is a bit unfortunate.
So what happens when you get in time trouble and lose down the stretch of a very wild game 3.
Yep, there's A5.
And
All
B5,
right.
is he going to just play C4 and say your bishop is loose over here?
Yeah, it looks like Nihal is just putting the pressure on. The bishop on F1 is such a good defensive piece and a great offensive piece. What do you do here with black?
That's why bishops rule. They just can handle both sides of the board at the same time. Yeah, C4 now, just the big problem.
This is so tough. This is so tough.
And G3 almost traps this knight. It can't go to H5, but the knights on the rim are looking a bit silly, and you're just winning a pawn. Now, Nihal...
That's the saying, by the way, right? Knights on the rim look a bit silly. Is it Knights on the Rim or Dim or Grim? Which one is the official?
Dim.
It's Dim?
Yeah, because, Grim can mean like threatening, whereas usually it's Dim because it's, what word would you use, bozo?
Yeah, well, what do you mean, me? You're from New York too. It's like part of our vernacular. You never called someone a bozo?
Of course I call somebody a bozo, but you seem to, call everybody a bozo. It's like your way of being friendly.
Call myself a bozo too. You got to start with yourself, and yeah. Yeah. Okay. Dim. I learned the other day that Yasser Seirawan was the one that invented the saying "pigs on the 7th."
I had never heard it until Yasser said it, but Yasser also has told me so many stories that I don't know where they come from.
Yeah.
Besides Tilburg and 1982 or something.
I think Yasser has lived like one of the most fulfilling lives in all of chess. Honestly, I feel like he's just got so many stories. He's such a cool guy, and he had like that epic hairdo with the photo back in the day. Anyway, we're gonna talk about Yasser because this game has been a bit rough. This round's been a little bit rough. They drew, by the way. Nodirbek, right? And
Nodirbek and Ponkratov drew. That means they're going to Armageddon. We'll let everybody know of their bids. We want to remind everybody that if it's tied 2-2, we go to Armageddon where the players, they bid their time. Let's say I bid 9 minutes and Levy bids 10. He actually gets 15 minutes and the white pieces. I would get 9 minutes with black, and I would have to just draw the game, which is easier said than done in Armageddon. So, okay, this is a big problem for Kramnik. I will say, Levy, that even though white is much better, you made this comment earlier, sometimes you have to play maybe a losing variation or a losing sequence, something that gets you in trouble in order to have winning chances. Yeah,
exactly, because your opponent then has to play sharp chess and accurate chess to beat you. They can't play lazy chess, which I'm not saying it's an insult on the players, but for example, this last round game between Nodirbek and Ponkratov, it was a relatively effortless, it was a little bit lazy game. They just kind of played moves and then they traded pieces. Like when you're playing with a big advantage, you can't play like that because the game requires accuracy and it requires critical moments. But right now, the problem is that Nihal doesn't even have really that sharp of a position. He has a position where he can very slowly advance. But beating somebody with black at the elite level is so hard. It's just so hard.
Yeah, I don't ever envy somebody who needs to win on demand, no matter the color, at this high level. But with the black pieces, nah, it's not going to happen for the most part. But bishop d5, the queen will just move out the way. You have a protected passed pawn. There's a rook behind your passed pawn over here. This looks so bad for black. And yet, if Nihal gets in the time trouble that we've seen him get in, this position is much more complicated than those endgames. So there is opportunity for Kramnik in this one, even if he is much worse objectively for the time being.
Yes, if he makes a comeback in this game, it will be spectacular. It really will be. By the way, I was just going to mention that Ponkratov, it's his second time playing Armageddon. Last time he wagered, I don't remember what, but something reasonable, and his opponent, Vishy Anand, wagered 7 minutes to get draw odds in Armageddon, which was surreal. And it was close for a while, but then Ponkratov went on a giant attack and went on to win the game. And if that happens today, I don't know. I feel like Nodirbek is, of course, the favorite when given 2 results. Right?
He's also much faster than Vishy is, so much more accustomed to playing online. And Vishy bid 7 minutes. I believe Ponkratov bid 14 minutes, 30 seconds. He really wanted to have white in that match. Well, we should hop on over to our other game. It is closer to the finish line. Andrei Esipenko down under 2 minutes. He is still up a pawn, and he's trying to play for a win here. You see the evaluation bar +1. Makes sense when somebody's a pawn ahead, but Liren is trying to chase down this pawn in various ways.
Well, he's the one who gave it up, under no duress whatsoever. So it kind of makes sense. It was a very, very strange moment, I must say. But okay, it is what it is, right? Like, obviously, we've been saying he probably just kind of understands something about the position. We don't quite. I think what's really going to be the difference maker here is the 1 minute. Look, everyone's human. And the good thing is that for Esipenko, if he screws up, the worst thing he gets is a draw, which is good.
Yeah, fortunate place to be. The knight comes back to b5. Here goes the pawn to d7. No rook c7. The knight is loose. King e7 can always be met by rook e4 check. That's a scary pawn.
Yeah, I don't know what the computer doesn't like. It's like trying to complain. h5. Wow.
Some kind of knight c3.
Oh, knight. Is there like some knight or something to d5?
Because rook d3, knight d5, rook d4. Can you get away with this? I was
gonna say maybe just knight f6, and you attack the g pawn and then rook c7 or something, or king e7.
Oh wow, it's that simple sometimes. Just bring your knight all the way back and try to go for the pawn, though. Not clear that you're going to get there, because white will bring the firepower to the d file. This knight will like to join on e5 at some point, and rook c1 played by Esipenko. He has 33 seconds. He has now pinned this knight here. Rook takes d7. Is that possible?
Oh wow.
Looks scary, right? Because there's a check. The king has to come up. There's another check. The king has to go this way. Ugh. Worrisome.
I don't know what to play here.
Ding looks like the final boss. Ding is a boss, and he will be playing for a world championship. But right now, he's playing for his global championship life, because he is down a passed pawn. And I'm with you, Levy. I am not sure what Ding should do here, but he does have 4 minutes to figure it out.
If the time situation was reversed, this would be a very, very, very dangerous position for black. But given 4 minutes versus 20 seconds.
Okay, now it's a draw.
That's it, yeah.
That is a complete draw now.
Yep. Rook c4, knight d7, or that.
Here, rook d4. Definitely don't play king e7.
Yeah,
it doesn't come recommended.
King e8. That's very, very close. Wow. Tricky. Now you just got to take now. And all right. we're gonna have at least 2 Armageddons. And we
after-
will see if Kramnik can win.
After rook d4, I think knight takes c5 also draws, but this is a draw offer. Draw agreed. We have Armageddon here. Ding Liren escapes in this match, loses game 1, then takes game 3, and Esipenko had an advantage here in game 4. So we'll go to the game between Nihal Sarin and Vladimir Kramnik. Kramnik is ahead by a minute and a half almost. He has these aggressive pieces, Levy. I can see the eval bar. White is up a pawn. It's looking good. But I also feel like there is some hope for Vladimir.
Sorry, is his last move rook e8? Oh my god. You can't even take it, huh?
No, the bishop. it was the bishop that was here. I went to g5.
Oh. For some reason on my screen, I thought... Oh, that was so strange. I guess it's just waking up AM syndrome. I for some reason, I thought the last highlighted move was e7 to e8. I didn't realize it was e7 to g5. Okay. I mean, e7 to e8 also would have made sense. The queen guards the bishop, and the rook cannot be taken. That's why I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
That would have been a very odd move. But right now, knight takes g2 is a pretty big threat.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's a great piece. Love that bishop.
Yeah, the bishop has a very important role. It's preventing an avalanche. Knight
Wow.
c4.
Ignores g2 because b6. And just to show everybody, knight g2, you're not taking back on g2 because then knight h4 check happens, and look at this evaluation. Black is suddenly the side for choice.
Yeah, this is a crazy thing that Nihal is doing. He just does not care about the attack. He's just taking the rook. This game could end in about 7 moves. Because Kramnik might just go, all right, I got nothing. I don't want to play rook b7. I just want to go all out. We saw Kramnik do that in The Famous Candidates, where every interview that he gave was just was like noteworthy and fun. And, you know, he was like started the tournament strong. And then he, you know, obviously like had a setback, and he still tried to play for a win every game. It was like epic. He might just do that now, but because like otherwise you just lose your rook. Or you put it on b7, you lose your bishop.
Yeah, you're not playing rook b7 here.
Okay, but if you don't play rook b7, you're going to lose your rook. So I'm saying something's going to give in the next 5 to 7 moves. But Nihal Sarin just cold-blooded, man, just beating a former world champ, beating arguably a top 10 player of all time. No. I was going to say arguably top 5, then I changed what mid-sentence. Can you make the case Kramnik is a top 5 all-time player?
Of course you can make that argument. He beat Kasparov in a match. He's the world champion. Yeah, I think he
Who's your top 5, Robert?
I have never done this. It's not that fascinating for me. But I would say Carlsen, Kasparov. I mean, Fischer was so dominant, and he didn't have the tools that they have today. Vichy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the 5th spot is hard for me to...
You're not one of those guys that like wants to throw in a guy from like the early 20th century because he was...
I love Capablanca's chess.
I was going to say Capablanca, yeah.
Yeah, big Capablanca fan. But I'm just looking here.
You're not a fan of Giuliano Greco? The man who knew how to play chess when nobody knew how to play chess?
You know, I could go either way with Greco. Yeah, it's fine. Oh.
There it is.
Oh. I feel like this is the type of move that you know doesn't work, so you should play it instantly rather than spending a couple minutes on it.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be tough. He had to win with black against this very, very solid setup that Nihal has chosen. I wouldn't say that today was any sort of moral degradation. I mean, that game obviously was a draw, but it was sharp. Pieces were still scattered. And, you know, it's not like he flagged him down like a rook, a knight, 3 pawns or something. Like, that was part of the game, unfortunately. And if Kramnik had just in time been able to stabilize in the last game, it would have been all right. But Nihal Sarin is punching his ticket. Was he the favorite today in the matchup?
I think so.
What was our community prediction? We don't have to put it on the screen, but I am just curious if we can see it behind the scenes.
Yeah, toss up. 54% for Kramnik, but I would have said that I'm pretty sure I picked Nihal to win this matchup in my bracket. He's just so fast. He executes his game plans quickly under the duress of time trouble.
Yep.
So I think Nihal is just an absolute force, and he's played a great match. What you were saying is so true. It's not that he flagged or dirty flagged Kramnik in game 3. That's a type of position that you play on over the board. And I think that's where this concept from Kramnik came into play of moral degradation. Like, oh, you're just flagging somebody rook versus rook. You would never do that over the board with increment. You just offer a draw. But that position was very complicated. Nihal, played for a win.
Yeah, exactly. You would still try to play that position for maybe 5 or 10 more moves as the kings are in the process of getting mated. Like if that was an over-the-board blitz game, the same thing would have happened. Guys would have kept playing, right? It's the same thing. It's just that over the board, nobody not nobody, but very, very few people flag. It's very different to be playing online. I think Nihal has to make a few more moves, and he is going to be our second guy through today. I love how Anish Giri has just been relaxing on a couch somewhere for an hour and a half, probably watching us. Hi, Anish. Is he watching the show, or did he go for some lunch?
Yeah, I mean, Anish, he's very happy. He did shoot me a message. He was proud of his play today, and he should be. But I was going to say, back to the top 5 players, Karpov definitely deserves at least an honorable mention, if not a spot in the top 5.
Yeah. I didn't mean to put you on the spot and then, make you have to discuss and deliberate and be like, damn, I missed somebody. No, it's a ridiculous list. I know you're a basketball fan. I'm sure you don't enjoy doing the same thing.
I mean, LeBron is the best player of all time. And then, we're going to get the MJ fans in the chat riled up. But, yeah, LeBron is the GOAT.
That is a controversial take. Wow. Brave speaking up on that one. Wow.
You know me, the most controversial person out there, always trying to stir up drama. And D5. What is happening here? 57 seconds for Nihal. Great move.
Nihal has a streamer mentality. And what I mean by that is not that he doesn't shower or that he doesn't, clean up the garbage and it stacks in a pile. That's not what I'm saying. He has the streamer mentality as in he's got to get dangerously low on time to entertain the audience. You know what I mean? Nihal could have played these moves faster, but he gets it. He gets entertainment. All right? So he's going to string us along for the ride. He knows that the longer the show goes, the more ads we can throw in. Nihal gets it, okay? So that's why he's going to get us down to 30 seconds again and then give us all hope. And, it'll either pay off or fail spectacularly. So he gets it.
And Kramnik with a minute 35 seconds remaining here. He's trying to get some sort of attack in front of the white king, but D5 was such a nice move. Just shutting down the bishop on A8 and also threatening an attack against the black king here. He's up a piece. He's winning this game. He's winning this match.
He is. Yeah. Kramnik kind of has the sly smile of, I kind of feel like it's over. I mean, my pieces are sort of blocked out. I'm down material. It's tough. There's not a whole lot of moves left either. That's the thing. Yeah, Queen A5. It does attack the rook, but something tells me Nihal's going to see it. I don't know what tells me, but something tells me.
little threat down there on E1.
It's a good question. Where do you move? Yeah, what's up? What's funny?
I opened chat just to see their reaction. I never look at chat. Someone makes the worst take of all time. There's an easier argument that LeBron isn't top 10 there is for him being the GOAT. There is no universe where LeBron James is not in the top. Get out of here. Whoever that is, can Ahmad just ban that person? That is the worst take I think I've ever seen. So, oh gosh. Anyway, back to the chess. Rook D1, staying out of trouble is this rook. There's still threats against this black king over here.
Yes.
The white king's looking pretty safe. There's rook and E8's hanging.
Yes. There's Queen A4.
Oh,
That's it. Good night.
Oh,
good night. That
move.
is a clean piece up. But he will win the pawn. Will he? I'm trying to find a way to save it, but Rook C1.
Oh, that's nasty. Threaten back rank checkmate and then put the rook on C7.
But there is H6. Oh my god, he sacked the knight. Look at what he's doing. Oh my god, he sacked the knight. And he
it's all accurate.
That's insane. He just gave him a full piece for no reason to keep his pawn. I mean, obviously there is a reason. He's going to play bishop c5 and then like get the rook out of the corner. It's so he's too good.
He's unbelievable. And
he just
19 seconds.
Sorry. I'm shocked, Robert. I mean, come on. Are you kidding me?
All he needs is a draw.
It's just absurd. He gave him a full piece to just lock away that rook, and that's it. He's completely winning. Oh my gosh. What a game.
This is great stuff for Nihal Sarin. And you see it on Kramnik's face. You know, he's ready to throw in the towel. He's ready to see his time at the Chess.com Global Championship come to an end. And Nihal Sarin, I mean, he won 2 games in the Speed Chess Championship last year, and now look, he's just making a draw. That's all he needs.
Oh my, is he actually? Oh my god,
he's making a draw.
Is Kramnik gonna make him win? Oh, that's respectful. Wow. And Nihal Sarin, look at him celebrating, arms in the air. I mean, he just looks beyond ecstatic. He just looks. This is the happiest I've ever seen him. I love how he literally hasn't even smiled. This dude just took down a multiple-time world champion, one of the most influential chess players of the past 30 years, and he just looks like he finished an exam in school. It doesn't even look like he's phased. It's amazing. Congratulations to him, and he's made it to the round of 16.
I think he's computing. He's like, did I really just win that match? He looks almost shocked that he's not playing more chess today. He's typing, trying to find a bullet opponent. That's what he's doing. He's like, let's go. But either way, in Group G, he has made it through. Now, will he face Liren or Andrei Esipenko? That remains to be seen. But congratulations are in order for Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri, who have made their way through to the round of 16.
Yes, we have been informed that Nodirbek Abdusattorov has wagered 10 minutes. Pavel Ponkratov has wagered 11:55. So this time a bit more of a adventurous wager from him, not 14 minutes, not necessarily trying to secure that spot with the white pieces. We don't yet have the numbers for Liren and Andrei Esipenko, but when we return, we will finish up our morning coverage here in the round of 32 with our 2 remaining Armageddon games. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
No stranger to making a good first impression, Andrei Esipenko had his hello world moment at the turn of last year. Competing at the prestigious Tata Steel tournament, Esipenko managed a shocking victory over the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen.
It is just groundbreaking. One of the only players to have a winning record against Magnus Carlsen.
Only 18 at the time, Esipenko made history as the youngest player to hand Carlsen a defeat in a classical game during his World Championship reign.
18-year-old Andrei Esipenko just beat the world champion in a classical game. Wow.
In late summer, the teen sensation had saved plenty of mojo for competing in one of the final opportunities to qualify for the CGC.
Oh man, he's got quite the mouse. The Esipenko showing the gears on his bike there.
Dominating his play-in session, Esipenko won 6 of his 9 games, including 3 draws, to take first place and punch his ticket to the round of 64. Despite his age and lack of experience compared to other veterans in his group, Esipenko has every reason to believe he can earn a seat at the table in Toronto this November.
Esipenko, that young man is very well known and very dangerous in fast time controls, and the community spoke. 80% of people think he's going to move on.
And return here, Andrei Esipenko on screen, or, well, maybe off screen now. He's taking a walk. He is getting himself set for Armageddon. Levy, he's a beast, but he is taking on Ding Liren.
He is taking on Ding Liren, and he's giving himself a little maybe pep talk, psyching himself up. We oftentimes see fighters in the locker rooms before a fight, walking back and forth, screaming like, I effing got this and whatnot, you're the man, nobody can beat you, this kind of a thing. I don't know if they quite do that in chess, as we see the head-to-head here. Obviously, the Chess.com rapid rating slightly different. Not there goes to Ding Liren, but Esipenko has qualified his way here. You know what I mean? And he knows what it's like to take down top dogs, like when he took down Magnus Carlsen. And they are going to play an Armageddon where he will have the white pieces. He bid 13. So Ding Liren bid, I believe, 1024 was the exact number, which is a very unique number. Leave it to Ding Liren not to have a 5 or a 0 at the end. I think that's the most interesting kind of one that we've had so far. So an interesting spot here. So it's going to be a 4.5 minute time advantage for Andrei, which that's substantial, I have to say. I mean, that's big, and this is the one game for all the marbles basically to make it to the round of 16.
Can't forget when Ding Liren took Hikaru Nakamura down to the wire in the Speed Chess Championship last year, so he can play without much time on his clock. And with that 4.5 minute gap, Andrei's going to have to play quickly. I think he'll have to play something sharper. Oftentimes, you hear people say, "I know you want long games because you want to try to flag your opponent, use the clock as a weapon." But I feel like if he plays some kind of just quiet variation, that's up Ding Liren's alley.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say that we saw when it was myself and Nereditsky, when you were battling a water situation, we expected Sam Sevion to play C4 and play for a win in the Armageddon, not necessarily a draw. In this case, Esipenko is playing a much more solidly. This is a far less imbalanced opening. And
I think we're going to have to restart the game because I see the time is increasing. So if we can do that, please, because increment is not part of the Armageddon. So we do have, I want to apologize for the mishap here. The game has been canceled. And so we will get a fresh start. Unfortunate for both players because they just played some opening. Now they probably have to change that up.
Yeah, well, that's really bad. That's a big mistake on our part. Well, Robert and I are just talking. So chess is the kind of game where it's not like tennis. You know what I mean? You just serve and it's all kind of the same motion. I mean, That's weird. Okay, I don't know if they have to restart from the same position, but seemingly they're being good sports. They're blitzing out the moves. I mean, imagine after all that you play e4. that would be okay. So they're both good sports, and wow. Okay, that was a disaster that we luckily don't even have to investigate any further. And this is a super weird game. I've never seen a Catalan with all 4 pawns out like this.
Connect 4, new game, and Esipenko wins it. But the good thing is they didn't have time to actually dive into the variation. They just repeated A5 played by Ding Liren. He didn't want to give Esipenko any more space. This is very strange. You could play B5, you could take that thing over there, and then play C5. I don't know. This is a mess.
Yeah, very, very complicated. And the thing is, Esipenko has to keep enough of a position alive to either win the game or to get into a situation it's a draw, but he can flag Ding, which is morally degrading, but completely part of it, right? So there you go.
I'm just looking at this position. Bishop A6 is going to be played soon. There's going to be some clarification between these pawns staring at one another here. I feel like black is really solid. So C5, I think, is a good choice. Bishop A6, natural response. And look at that. The eval goes up to +1. How in the world is Bishop A6 a bad move?
I don't know. They're very strange. Was there a way to...
Like E5 or something?
Maybe white can play like Rook B1, Knight B5. I got some bad intentions.
That would actually be nasty.
Yeah, Rook FC1, Rook AB1, Knight B5. There you go. Bishop F4. That's how Esipenko got to play this game.
And I do think I understand why Bishop A6 is maybe an inaccuracy. Like E5 is the type of move you want to play because you get your knight here, you win the C5 pawn. Not very clear. In fact, the evaluation still is in white's favor. Knight D4 options are going to be annoying. So instead, Ding just plays this solidly. And Esipenko says, if you're not going to do anything and play passively, I'm going to open up the position with E4.
That's exactly what he wants. He might also have to time it well. He could certainly play the position and play E4 at some point, but he also can stall. We have to remember he is up 5 minutes. He's not stalling, though. He plays E4 right now.
This looks great for white.
Yeah, this looks really, really good for white.
Controlling a lot of the board, and it says +2, and that actually seems right because there's a weak pawn C6, knight's coming to E5 later.
Rook H4?
Oh gosh, knight E5 to follow.
Because Rook H4, black can't play knight D5, and if black plays H6, there might be some sacrifice. You don't want to get too crazy, though. You don't want to sack and then lose completely unnecessarily. Wow, Rook H4.
Good call by you.
Oh, man. What is Ding going to do?
I have no idea, but the other game is starting right now, so we'll leave Ding to think about it as we see Nordbeck Abdusattorov starts with 10 minutes on his clock. That was his bid, and Ponkratov plays knight C3. Will we get a Vienna? Oh, we do, Levy.
Wow, this is a deferred King's Gambit. This is about to be sick. Wow. This man is so aggressive. He did this also against Vichy, and he did it later in the game, but he plays so aggressively at times. He has these bursts of energy. Oh my God, this is not... Nordbeck does not accept. This is not a good line. I mean, knight F3, bishop B5 here is very good for white. I'm shocked by the move D6.
Well, what happens is you don't face the Vienna ever, so you don't study it, and then your opponent plays it, and you're like, what is the best line, and how do I avoid getting in huge trouble when I don't have time to calculate it? So I think Nordbeck did the Armageddon thing. He's like, I'm just going to play quick moves. Even if it's a bit passive, I'm going to go like that. And
what is the... I've never seen this before. I've never seen white play... Like, the King's Gambit declined with F4, with D6 is not good, right? Like, you're supposed to play EF, D5, G5, whatever, but white is just very happy here. D3, castles, bishop B3.
This is, solid, slightly better for white. We have to go back to the other game because Ding Liren and his fans are not going to be happy about the position on the board. His king is under fire, and he's made the move f5, which I have to say I like, all things considered. But look at the dark square problems, the attack that's possible here. He did kick the rook levy, so no more bishop takes h6.
Why not? And queen g6?
Oh my goodness. You're just saying, let's go for it?
Oh my god, that's winning. That's completely winning. Bishop e4, queen f7, etc. Queen h7, it's over. He didn't kick any rook.
Bishop h6 still available. So you have to play me like bishop f6, but this rook just goes up here, and white is better.
White is just up a pawn and has the attack. White has the pawn and the compensation. Oh my gosh.
And Andre is calculating, because this isn't like, even in this move, I see what the evaluation is like. He played rook g6 first. He did not take. That looked a bit unclear, and he goes for this exact variation. Bishop h6, king h7 would transpose to what we were just looking at. And with the threat of bishop takes e5, removing the guard of this rook on g6, so many things in white's position are hanging.
Yeah, Esipenko just has to not get nervous, which he's quite good at not getting nervous. He did it against the world champ, and he was white. This is wild stuff. That bishop on a6, that rook on a8, that queen on c8, they are not participating the way they would like to be. White's pieces are all pointing at the right spots, except the rook on a1, who fell asleep. But rook will be involved in the future, right? Like, it feels like everything in white's position is working together super, super well. That bishop on f6 for black is literally the one piece holding everything together. Knight on d5, maybe you could argue, but it can always be taken. So what an amazing position from for Andre here.
And he's definitely calculating bishop h6, king h7. He takes on d5 first. He's taking the more positional approach, but maybe the bishop h6 to follow will still be good. But how do you even take this back? If you take with the c pawn, you give a pass pawn. If you take with the e pawn, you still have a problem on c6. And move like bishop f4. That's not bishop f4. That's bishop f4. Won't be fun. In addition to bishop takes h6, which is still available.
Mm-hmm. This is a tough spot. I don't love the move bishop takes d5. I literally had just mentioned the fact that the knight on d5 was an important defender, and maybe you could take it. I kind of felt like it's very hard to time moves, right? There's no such thing as I'm going to stall. You want to play the best move. So he played bishop d5 because he thought it was the best move. But when you rush a decision like that, it could come back to bite. But okay, c d5 played, and like you just said, that c pawn is going to be...
Oh.
Queen d1?
He wants everything. He wants to go for checkmate. He wants the pawn on h6. He's not getting greedy exactly, but there might be a bishop e2 deflection at some moment. I'm like trying to figure out how to make this work, but I'm trying to get my king to h7 with the queen on h5. I'm like, take and play bishop e2, but I think I'm biting off more than I could chew.
You know what I think? I think it's rook e7 and queen e8 maybe? Like take rook e7, queen e8 somehow?
Oh my gosh, if that works.
Like maybe not now, but maybe now?
There's also rook a7 at some moment as well, but yeah, this is interesting. So if king h7,
queen 8.
I'm just going to put it on the board real quick.
Okay,
King h7, queen h5. Do I have bishop e2? That's what I've been wondering. But there must be some kind of rook sack for these pawns, and then the king gets hunted. So he did play rook e7. Levy, you're finding it. You're on fire right now. Queen e8 next. And if bishop takes h6?
I didn't get that far. Because I actually was also just wondering. I was like, maybe now it works. King h7, queen h5, bishop e2?
Oh my gosh. And then queen g5 and... Uh-oh. Ingrid steals a pawn. Apparently not correct.
That is not what I was thinking. I thought he played rook e7 to play queen e8, but...
Yeah, let's actually look at that. Was queen e8 the better move? Because queen e8, yes, in fact, it was.
Wow.
Queen h5 looks very reasonable, but we mentioned bishop e2,
yeah.
Queen g5. This looks scary, even though it's saying that it's good for black. I guess rook a7, king h7, things like that. The bishop is trapped.
King h7 traps the rook in the future. That's absurd.
Yeah, this is very difficult.
Perfect example of unstoppable force meets an immovable object, right? Like you just bulldoze and black is just rock solid. Wow, what a position. I'm telling you, I think Andre rushed it. Okay? He rushed it just a little bit, but he's still up 5 minutes. So,
right.
And it's Armageddon. You survive long enough, you could still win.
Yeah, this king on G8's never going to be safe. The problem is this rook is trapped in here. So if you make one misstep, you're not just going to lose your advantage, you might just lose your rook. And E6 is hanging.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
But then there's D4, Queen D5, Bishop B7, and then the attack turns for black. So we're going to go back to the other game because there are 2 games going on. We don't want to lose out on both. I think this one is more interesting for the moment, but the last few moves, I've seen a rook come to F5 after capturing E5, and now Ponkratov takes here. What's the material count? An extra pawn for white, but sort of awkward piece placement.
Yeah, I don't know. Wow, this is super complicated. That white has just a passed A pawn for no reason. I gotta give love to my man Ponkratov here. I really think he's the one that's actually pushing this game. It's unreal. He might actually be the favorite here, which is just unbelievable. Let's let these guys figure it out. I think we have a lot of life here. I feel like that Ding is under some severe pressure there to try to defend. So let's go focus on that one, because we will have this game even after I think the Ding game finishes, considering I think it started a bit earlier. Esipenko apparently didn't find the right way forward. Again, rook c8.
What a move, rook c8.
Okay, apparently rook e1 is wrong.
Is there like... I'm still looking at bishop e2 ideas, but I don't think it's necessary. There's no threat right now that black has to worry about, besides the queen hanging, obviously.
Yeah. Besides that, it's a small thing, but well, if black trades queen, wow.
Yes, taking away access from the queen joining the party.
This is very bad scenario. Queen e1. Yeah, Andre has to play for a win. Apparently, that's not the right way to do it. Queen a6, you're saying, yeah?
This is bad. Protected here. This queen is not active. King f7 is about... No, sorry. King h7 is going to win a piece because the rook will be on attack and the bishop. King f7 would just blunder the pawn, cutting off the rook. But either way, the attack seems to be behind him. And now Liren has the upper hand.
He does have the upper hand. This will forever go down as Esipenko had a great position, but tried to clarify things concretely a little bit too fast. That trade of the bishop on d5, it removed an important defender of black's position, but it removed such an integral piece of the white setup that now those light squared weaknesses are going to be permanent. And you see Esipenko, like, he's been doing a good job kind of playing the poker element of this game, as in I'm just going to play fast, but Ding doesn't care about all that play fast stuff. He's playing the best moves.
Wow. Taking a bunch of time now is Andrei Esipenko. He spoiled what was a very promising position. It was complicated. It was not simple. It never has been. But this position now just simply looks better for black. In fact, this is a losing move. It says -6.
Why?
I wonder if black can just like go for some checkmating ideas.
Probably. Or d4.
Is it that?
Oh, no.
Gosh. Roll out the red carpet for this pawn. It is just marching up the board. There's no attack. Everything is defending something in black's position. All the pieces on great squares. Oh, gosh. You know, for Andre, this is not a good moment.
No, queen d3. Clean. Can you sack the queen and play d3?
That is sick.
No way, right? Okay, he's not gonna do it, but like, I don't know. It's much easier to sack my someone I'm spectating, their queen, not my own queen.
If rook e6, bishop d5, followed by queen f3, you don't need to sacrifice your queen. You're just going straight in for checkmate. This is very promising. Is this winning? It's resigns.
That's resigns.
Oh, no. Look at Andre. He can't believe it.
Yeah. This really is devastating. This is not Title Tuesday. This is not just a random blitz game. This was the game to make it to the round of 16. And Esipenko, he knows. And he also definitely knows that he missed a chance when he was attacking.
I feel for him. I feel for
Yep.
him. Oh, he can't believe it. It's hard to watch, honestly, because Andrei Esipenko won game 1 with black, a very nice game. Then in game 3, Ding Liren strikes back, going up a pawn in an opening variation that was complicated and ending up with a win. And then here in Armageddon, I mean, Andrei was in the offensive, and now he looks like he's on the verge of tears. I feel for him. He's just 20 years old. His future is so bright, but it's hard to watch this.
Yeah, you definitely feel for him. And Ding, I mean, to be honest, if you were to pan to Ding, you would see it's the same kind of reaction. I mean, it's almost like, oh, there we go. Okay, now Ding kind of smiled. There we go. Okay, there we go, Ding. Thank you for the emotion. And he knows the light squares are going to be game over here. Andrei plays rook d6, and capture queen f3, and d3 rook c2. I mean, there's d3 threatens queen h1 mate. I think that's.
Remember, a draw is all Ding Liren needs. So if he wants, he can play bishop c4 check, and then bishop back to d5 when the king goes to g1. So he's going for checkmate. Oh gosh, this is brutal. This is over. And Ding Liren is moving on, the 1 seed in his group on his side of the bracket. And with this victory, he will face the winner of the other Armageddon game. So maybe we'll wait to see Andrei resign. But I really do want to get back to the other game where Pavel Ponkratov has 9 minutes, 41 seconds. His opponent, Norbert Abdusattorov, down to 2.5 minutes. And all right, well, this is resigned. So Queen D1, Levy.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's definitely tough. Yeah, guys, I feel like this is not fair anymore. Can we please can we go back to our I mean, I guess we're gonna see the final move of the game, or the final moment. There it is. Ding Liren.
He's so happy. I mean, he's counting his lucky stars there because he was about to be eliminated from the tournament.
Look at him! What a Chad walking out of the screen, out of the camera view with the rival chess tournament hoodie. I mean, look at what a flex. Can we get some hoodies for the players, guys, so that when they turn around, they don't have the name of a different event on the back of their hoodie? Thank you. I would really appreciate that. Just good marketing, I feel like. Ding Liren, what a beast. Coming back from 1-0 down. And this is the biggest development of the day. This is shocking.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we had our marquee matchup with Ding Liren getting by in the Armageddon versus Esipenko. Robert, Pavel Ponkratov is going to beat Vishy Anand and the reigning defending world rapid champion. What is going on?
It's what happens when you're a strong grandmaster who may not have the 2,700 rating, but you're very darn good at chess. So you get overlooked. People question, who is this person? How did they make it here? And then you realize, wait, this person's been a grandmaster for how long? Who did they beat over the board? So right now, Ponkratov is up in exchange. Black has a knight and 1 pawn for this great... It ran away. This great rook on b1 that's about to try to deliver a checkmate. So Nordebek is desperately trying to get a defense with his knight on the back rank, and it's not that simple. I don't see the clear breakthrough just yet.
No, me neither. It's got to be something. Got to be something. I mean, you can always trade the queens, but easier said than done, right?
You do not want to give up this pawn over here on c5.
No, you don't. Unless you're going to win the knight. But if you give up the pawn on c5, it's unwinnable anymore. So,
actually, if this queen takes, there's a queen e6 check. So I'm just going to make some random moves just so we can get there. I don't want to. Let's go rook a8. Oh, queen 8. Okay, great move. If this pawn is captured, there's queen e6 check and then queen to f7, and this knight has to move, and the knight actually has nowhere to go. It's trapped because knight g6 runs into queen g8 check and mate. So we have the queen retreating to e3, protecting the pawn. But look at this setup, Levy. I'm not saying that Nordebek's going to hold this game, but I'm feeling like he should be increasingly confident with the last few moves.
This is crazy, though. He's got 2 minutes and no bonus time. That's it. He's got 2 minutes for the remainder of the game. I mean, literally, if White wanted, he could shuffle pieces back and forth for 49 moves, keep offering trades, push a pawn, and there's nothing Nordebek can do. Like, there is a world where 50, 60 moves from now, Nordebek just loses on time. because he cannot do anything.
He is a great bullet player, and rook e8 was a nice move, making sure the knight could get to e6. But watch out, if you lose this pawn, all of a sudden, it looking more drawish. Can you take it? Is a rook e5? That's why he puts king on h2. Great move.
Yep. And by the way, rook and 2 versus knight and 2 is holdable for sure for the knight and 2, but not with 150. I mean, you're going to get flagged. You're just going to get flagged. There's nothing you can do.
And Ponkratov, the guy, hasn't really moved a muscle. Look at him. He is a statue. Yep. He is just focusing on the chess. Knight goes to f6. You are right, though, Levy. It's a really good point that even if these pawns get traded, white will move forever, give you a pawn, move a pawn, whatever, and just flag you. So Ponkratov, I don't know what his blitz and bullet skills are like, but if he just looks at the clock, he should be certain he's going to win the game.
I'm trying to see. Yeah, he's like 2900 blitz, and he doesn't play a whole lot of bullet. Plays mostly, but plays the slightly slower time controls. But yeah, wow,
take on c5. This rook e5. The geometry is unreal. That's
there's
sick.
Always these tactics. Yep,
that's sick. Which means it's just game over. If you can't win the pawn on c5, you are done for. Queen comes to d6, and you're losing on the board. Doesn't matter with the clock.
This is shocking. This is an absolutely shocking turn of events. I'm not going to lie to you. I sort of was like, well, that was a big first-round upset for Pavel, but, now he's taking on Nodirbek, and you just sort of think, well, Nodirbek's got it. It's anything but that. It's literally anything but that. This man is on a mission. It's going to be Giri Ponkratov.
Who would have thought that? And I guess I misspoke mentioning Liren playing the winner of this match. You are right. Giri plays the winner of this match, and it is looking like it's going to be Ponkratov. Unless you blunder a perpetual check, like queen f4 situation, which you can't when there's a queen on e5, the game is over.
Yep, that's it. This isn't even a flagging situation. Of course, it can be, but yeah, for the second time today, we see head in their hands because they were in positions to potentially be winning the match. Just in this case, Nodirbek actually really did seem to be a step behind Ponkratov throughout today. That's not a knock on the player. He never had a chance. Like it really just somehow felt like even the game Ponkratov just went totally crazy. From start to finish, it's been Ponkratov's match to sort of give away today, really. And Nodirbek can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's the champion of the world in rapid format. And yeah.
It's a 4-game match plus the Armageddon. Anything can happen. And Nodirbek, he was up 1.5. We can't forget that. In game 3, Ponkratov played a brilliant game with the black pieces. He wins. Now Nodirbek lets his time elapse. And that means that Pavel Ponkratov continues to break brackets and hearts. He moves on to the round of 16.
Yeah, just the spectacular upset for Pavel Ponkratov. Maybe not in his mind. Maybe he doesn't think of it as an upset. Maybe he thinks of it as there's no reason why I can't be winning these matches. He gets a king's gambit on the board. And he just plays a marvelous Armageddon game for the second time, winning with the white pieces on command in the last game of the day. Massive congratulations to him, and what more can we say?
Well,
amazing stuff.
It was a big moment because he actually took with the wrong pawn from the objective evaluation. But I like c takes b3 because of what was happening in the game. This pawn started running up the board, and with less time on the clock, it's very difficult to meet these problems. So a4 was played, then a5. So look at that. Rook a5 just to go back to 8. That's a step that just you can't take back. And white just took advantage, pushing d4 as well. The knight is loose on f4, so you can't take on d4. And then simply went ahead and won the pawn at e5. And that's sort of where we tuned in and then tuned back out. But great tactical vision to give up a knight, bring the rook back. Levy, this just seems like a fantastic game from Ponkratov.
Truly everything from the opening choice, which was exotic. We didn't see some typical Catalan, whatever, just, Rue Lopez, just everything Everything about this was great from start to finish. It really felt like for 90% of today's match, Ponkratov was the guy applying the pressure. And for the 10%, it was when he just went completely crazy in the pawn-up endgame and ended up losing. He is having the Cinderella story of the tournament. You could argue that Sam Sevian taking down MVL or Sarana taking down Mamedyarov here in the round of 32 was substantial. This man just took out the champion of the world in rapid format, and that was after he took down arguably a top 5 player of all time, multiple-time classical world champion, Vishwanathan Anand. There is no one who is having a better storyline in the Chess.com Global Championship than Pavel Ponkratov. So massive congratulations to him. And he will play Anish Giri to determine which of those two is going to make it to a live final in Toronto. If he beats Anish Giri, I don't even know. I better get his autograph in Toronto. He better sign my face.
And that's why I love this tournament, though, is because in the chess world, we often see the same 15 faces over and over again, with some of the younger generation now sprinkling in to the competition. But Pavel Ponkratov, he's been waiting his whole life to showcase his talent. He's a grandmaster. He has earned the highest title that's not world champion in chess, but he is one of the best players in the world. And that means in any individual game, he can beat the best players in the world. In a 4-game match, he's proven himself to beat Vishy on it, to beat Nordibek Abdusattorov, and we'll see if he could take down a top 10 player in the world in Anish Giri in the next one. So we'll bring up the bracket so we can just dissect what has occurred and what's going to happen next. Look there on the middle right of your screen. Anish Giri, the 1 seed, plays the Cinderella, Pavel Ponkratov, the 7 seed.
Super exciting. Just an amazing story coming out of Group F, and the winner will no longer be playing online. They will be going to the finals in Toronto, of course, pending travel issues, visa issues, whatever, but just what an amazing story. I hope Anish didn't spend too much time preparing ahead of time for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, because that all has to go out the window now. Pavel Ponkratov presents a very unique matchup. In the sense of openings, in the sense of style, and that is who we can expect to play. Not expect to play. This is simply going to be our finals of Group F. We also, though, had another group today, so maybe we can check in on Group G. And the last final match there is set, as Liren, the 1 seed, will take on Nihal Sarin. To be honest, he could have been the 3 or the 2 seed. Very tricky. Of course, Kramnik being world champion and having a high rapid rating is one thing, but Nihal Sarin, I think, way more experience in this online speed chess format. I think it's not controversial, and it's not shocking to get Liren versus someone here. But Robert, we've been saying it from the beginning. Liren's been a bit shaky, even against Tuan Minlay, against Andrei Esipenko. Will it continue? Or will that sort of change, and will he have a dominant display in this final matchup in Group G? What do you think?
Yeah, he's kind of flying so close to the sun there, where he's just getting away with it, is Liren. But when he plays Nihal Sarin, I don't think that Nihal's letting anyone off the hook. He barely made it through, like milliseconds on his clock against Rauf Mamedov in the opening round. Today, his strength was on full display. 2 solid draws, then a victory in a time scramble. So, you could call it a bullet victory, whatever you want to say, but he wasn't really worse in the match against Kramnik. He held his own against the former world champion, somebody who's one of the best players of all time. It's clear how strong Nihal Sarin is, so it's going to be exciting. But what also is exciting is the upcoming matches that are getting underway in just over an hour.
Yeah, we've got the matchups of Group A, E, and H, because we know how to do the alphabet. Nakamura versus David Navarra, Nepomniachtchi versus Svidler, and Levon Aronian will take on Maxim Matlakov. Now, if you ask the audience of these 6, who do they know least? They might say Maxim Matlakov. Will we have another epic run of Russian Grandmaster taking down the favorite there? I mean, Matlakov taking down Aronian might be just as epic as Ponkratov taking down Nodirbek, but when you add the fact that he's also beaten a guy in Vishianand, what more can you say? We will be bringing you that matchup with, I believe, Daniel Naroditsky and Aman Hambleton, but if I'm wrong, Please do not be mad at me. That can... Oh, I'm right? Oh, okay. Thanks, producer. The chat didn't hear that. I just heard, you're right. I don't know if that was God or the producer in my ear, but looks like I'm right. And that's all for today. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. Robert, we have to wake up at 5 a.m., but we do get to see some pretty amazing chess. And we will be back quite soon with the coverage of the remaining games, literally the remaining games, actually, in the round of 32, with the exception of Rajabov and Erigaisi, who we will just have play live on stream at some point, and definitely not off stream. But we don't know when that's going to happen. It all depends on scheduling. That will probably be in a few days. But we'll see you all back here in 1 hour for the near conclusion of the round of 32 in the Chess.com